Just feeling super.
What's up, bro?
I hear Chip Kelly is he's applying for our producer job. Buck, just FYI.
Any gig outside of Westwood really sounds like he's interested.
Look, I'm just saying, if Chip if Chip wants this job, you may be out.
Yeah,
you may get be-enemied on this one.
What if they said, "Hey guys, so we're supposed to meet with our boss tomorrow."
Yeah,
and no one knows what it's about.
No.
So we're all very nervous.
Yeah, it's some sort of weird secret society meeting after the show.
The other thing about that is, if it's lame, I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah, it feels like it's an after show meeting in the evening time.
Yeah.
It feels like that's an important sort of thing.
Like something's going down.
I would assume so.
Wait, am I invited to this meeting?
No.
Oh, okay.
So
just want to make sure it's not a total show meeting. It's a 2/3 of the show meeting.
No, it's likely you're firing. It's
nice.
just Suk and I and our boss, and that's rare, and I don't know what's going on.
I'm just saying, Chip Kelly is auditioning for different jobs. Buck, you're not invited to this secret meeting at the end. You know,
what if he
maybe
tells
I am
us
on the chopping block?
What if he tells us tomorrow night that Chip Kelly is going to be the third guy on our show?
Then I think we make room.
But you and I have to take 25% pay cuts. You doing it?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm keeping my money.
No,
I don't want his ass.
Keep my
here.
bona fides.
That would be fun to have him though. He'd be good on our show.
I think so. I think when Chip got away from being the world's biggest red ass, he's fun.
He's pretty funny too.
I just think he got caught up in a lot happened really fast for him, and I think he didn't necessarily handle it the best. But as it went on, I think he softened up quite a bit. And away from football, I actually enjoyed the conversations we got to have with him.
Yeah, he's great.
But in the thick of that, man,
so he probably is.
He went red ass of gargantuan proportions.
He probably is calling our boss Kim.
Yeah,
looking for openings.
Just saying, Buck, I'd watch out.
I got an eye over my shoulder.
You know, so you're taking more time off. You know, you're doing it with the wife. You're hurting her back.
Oh yeah. By the way, welcome back.
Yeah, congratulations on hurting your wife. That's
dude.
Yeah, this is one of those situations like
who are you, Drake?
In a court of law, they're like, "Why did you hit your wife?" And you either have to say I didn't or not react, and either way it makes you look guilty.
So she threw out her back or something?
Yeah, she threw out her back lifting the infant in the car carrier.
Is that what we're calling it now? You're calling it the infant carrier?
Like a fat baby or something?
Yeah.
Those things aren't that heavy.
What's that?
The baby?
He was huge.
How big?
9 pounds, 1 ounce when he was born.
That threw her back out?
Well, he's a little bit bigger now, and it's like a 30-pound. You gotta live
with the legs, Hercules. Yeah. You know, you can't just be in weird awkward.
Come on, Mrs. What's your name? Buckley.
You don't need to come up with like any name of hers. It's the same as mine.
Buck something. What's the maiden name? Or are we going that? Does she use the maiden name a la Holly Gennaro at work?
She does not. She's her maiden name is Oswell, and that is. But she ditched that when she became Buckley.
Well, anyway, what were you saying?
What were you saying?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I was saying welcome back.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, she threw her back out.
Yeah. Supposedly lifting a car carrier,
and now she's back,
or a baby carrier. The whole thing's a little suspicious to me, but you know,
brother, if I was going to miss a day for fun, it wouldn't be on a rainy Tuesday.
Well, I'm sorry,
it wasn't that rainy.
No, and that's the best time to have fun, if you know what I mean.
See, I think we just caught you in a lie.
No, I don't. Okay,
it was nice out there.
Yeah, it was. We were talking.
He's like, why did I come back?
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yesterday was a decent little day.
So is today. It's kind of partially sunny.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, Buck's back in the saddle there, and I'll tell you what, the wind stands no chance against him right now. Not at all. Look at that fine windbreaker he's rocking. He's ready for it. He's ready for that Pacific Northwest weather. Let's go.
I hardly think it's a notable piece of clothing, but here we are.
The wind stands no chance against you. That's from your Al Davis Gloria Vanderbilt collection. I love it.
Isaac looks pretty good against the wind, too.
Yeah, I had a rain jacket on. I played golf today.
Did you?
I was out there, expecting rain, and it never rained.
Well, it's a nice day. I'm just happy that Buck has decided to show up again. His 12 weeks of vacation, and now he's back.
Yeah, I needed a break after about 8 days back.
I understand, man. It's tough. You
guys are a lot.
We are a lot.
Now that I get,
that's true.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Like being with me in any sort of capacity, whether that's
Does a number on people, doesn't
yeah,
it?
if you're in a relationship with me, if you're working with me, like this, Rob's been putting up with it for like 20 years. That guy deserves a medal.
Tell me about it.
That's a lot.
It's about time you said that.
It's a lot to deal with. At least I recognize that I am a challenge to be around. You know, some people are like, "Oh, I'm delightful." I say it all the time. No, I am not.
We got a thing going now because on Monday you spent the first segment saying that Ropp was right about everything with the Terry Porter estate, and now today you're saying he deserves a medal. It's like Ropp's just piling up awards in the first segment now.
No, don't worry. I'll go back to tearing him down. But I mean, there's nothing I can do about that Porter thing. I was so far off on that. When I pulled up and saw the massive humanity gathering just to get into his driveway, first off, I was pissed that Ropp was right. And second, I was like, who are these people? Like what?
We have the number.
I
was waiting for this. Yesterday I was looking for like sort of a recap of how it went.
Yeah.
Where Terry's crappy belongings ended up.
Who bought some portable AC units and some vans.
And today they had the estimate on Oregon Live.
And what was the...
You want to guess? Number of people? I don't know how they... Well, I guess they probably counted.
600?
4,000.
Whoa! Well, I guess that was a 2-day event. Yeah. 4,000 people showed up to that stupid thing?
Yep.
Oh my God.
That's what they're reporting.
Well, and they were saying that the people...
And there was a lot of stuff that wasn't purchased, like nobody wanted furniture. They just wanted like little Terry Porter things.
Yeah. And I guess someone said that the rest of that will be available like at consignment. Like he's not taking any of that. Yeah. Like they'll send it to somewhere else.
Want that crap. I saw some of it. It's like,
yeah,
dude, I would have done the same thing.
Well, and some of the people, like I said, that I was tweeting with because I was like, hey, I'm heading over to the Porter, auction. Anyone else there? And I had some people that were tweeting at me. They're like, dude, I've been here for 2.5 hours waiting to get in. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And I'm not going to lie. I was going to try to weasel my way in. I was going to try to do the cutsies. There was a reason why I threw that out there. I was like, maybe coming by. Anyone willing to let me scoot in?
Pretty headsy move, though.
I thought so. But I never even got that opportunity because I couldn't get close enough to even like attempt a cut. Like there's just getting up there was a nightmare. It was a logistical nightmare.
People's willingness to, what am I trying to say? Like the lengths people will go around other people for seemingly really not great reward is fascinating to me.
Yeah. Well, people either love a deal or they love free stuff, and they will do.
Yeah.
And if
this wasn't free.
But I know, but they think they're getting a deal on a legend stuff that they admire.
Yeah.
So like I think that's the hook.
Okay, so the deal thing, yes, maybe, but that's not enough to get 4,000 people. Dude, I think most of those people were Blazer honks.
Yeah, just want to look at a Terry Porter
who
stuff.
just wanted to stroll through Terry Porter's house and maybe find like a coloring book or something.
Oh yeah, there were plenty of people like on Instagram and Twitter. Like if you just like search Terry Porter's name, there was all kinds of people that were like, "Hey, this is the haul I got from Terry Porter's auction." And again, haul is a strong word. There was a lot of rant. Like it just looked like stuff you'd buy at anyone else's garage sale. Like someone brought monogram towels. Like you just what?
Maybe their initials are also TP.
TP? Like I don't know. It's like, hey, where'd you get those hand towels? Terry Porter's towels. And again, someone bought a pair of like Vans like high top skate shoes. Terry Porter's shoes. Are you putting those on a mantle somewhere? I don't know why, but 4,000 people.
Because why else would you? I mean, well, I don't know. I guess the garage sales are popular.
I thought garage sales were a thing of the past.
No, I think they're pretty popular.
I thought with like OfferUp and like Facebook Marketplace and all that, I thought that the garage sale had seen better days.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have the stats or anything. I just feel like to Ryan's point about people love deals or free.
Yeah.
Garage sales will never go out of style for that reason only. But yes, there are easier ways to get your hands on another man's junk.
Yeah.
These days.
Well, I remember when
Don't clip that.
I was just gonna say.
But
gotta grab another man's junk. And there's many ways.
I do feel like there are a lot of people that still like look in the paper
to go find them
and they go stroll through them.
Yeah. I mean, I do see them because amongst the olds, we do have a lot of garage sales and estate sales.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Estate sale. Exactly.
Yeah, you see plenty
I
of
think
those.
they're more elevated now, right? Like people know that you can't just throw out like some broken lamp. Like, you know, you got to have stuff worthy of people strolling through and giving you 50 cents. You know?
I remember my mom moved, I don't know, like 4 years ago, something like that. My mom moved out of her house that she had been in forever. And so we were doing that. We're like, hey, let's just sell all the crap that you don't want. And it's right by my house. So I took a bunch of clothes that I was going to donate to Goodwill. And I'm like, oh, we'll throw them out there and see what, you know, and you put it real cheap or whatever. And I thought to myself, I don't know, is anyone going to buy this stuff? There was like two guys. I don't remember if they were friends or brothers, but they came by and they literally bought everything, like all the money they had in their wallet. They bought my clothes. They were two big guys. And then they left and came back wearing my clothes with another like $40 and bought the rest. They literally bought every single thing that I had put out on the table.
Wow.
And I just was like, I'm like, okay. But it was very surreal to see two dudes come back went home changed.
Into the stuff they just bought from you.
Into the stuff they just bought and came back. And like I had priced everything, you know, super cheap. I was like, I didn't think anyone, like, is there a big, I guess in the garage sale world, I'm telling you, XXL stuff, it's a big deal. The big guy is looking for clothes that fit. So if you've got if you got a closet full of XXL stuff, I'm telling you, list it for like $5, throw it out on a garage sale. That stuff's gone in like 7 seconds.
Have you seen those shows where they have the storage?
Yeah, Storage Wars.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Storage Wars?
Storage Wars.
That's kind of interesting.
I always wonder if those things are real or not, or if they're just staged like everything else. But supposedly, like when a storage unit, when someone defaults on it, they auction it and they open it up. You're not allowed to go in, but you can look at it from a distance and then you just bid on it.
So if you see a box and you don't know what's in the box, you just say, I'll pay $500 for that?
Yeah. That's it.
Really?
Yeah, and whatever you can see. You're not allowed to walk in, but you're allowed to stand at the front of it, and you just are allowed to look in. So if you see like a bicycle or equipment or...
Yeah, they had it on, what was it, either History Channel or
something
TLC
like
or something, and I watched a couple episodes, and it was fascinating because people are trying to speculate and bid based on like what they can see in like nooks and crannies and corners of these units, and they have no idea, and sometimes they get totally hosed, and other times they find gems.
I saw someone once like on Instagram, and again, you never know what's real and what's not, but supposedly someone pulled a fast one. They rented a storage unit for like a month and then never paid on it. And they filled the storage unit with fake, like expensive things. Like they made it purposefully look like there was a bunch of really nice crap in there, but it was all knockoff and fake stuff. But from 10 feet away, it probably looked like the greatest storage unit of all time. And then they showed up at the auction and watched everyone lose their mind and bid like a bunch of money on this thing. When it turned out it was... It's all a bunch of crap. It was all a bunch of fake crap. And then they posted on there of like them laughing that some dude spent, you know, 10 grand on a storage unit that had, you know, $500 worth of fake crap in it.
Well, I will say there is something interesting about just strolling through an estate sale or garage. Just, you know, just little gems you can find, you know? There is something that's appealing about
like
that.
Terry Porter's hand towels or his cufflinks.
I don't know.
Or his portable air conditioner.
It's a thing.
I don't know.
The texters are texting in that the estate shopping, that's the old's hobby, you know?
Yeah.
So they're saying that, you know, Terry Porter had maybe 10 or 15% to do with it, and more it's just like when you get a Dunthorpe house doing an estate sale like that.
It's just people show up no matter what.
Yeah, they're flocking in.
I can see that
for some deals. So maybe that's true.
Yeah, because they just think that the rich are going to have really nice stuff.
And, right. When the rich croak.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's the thing with like Goodwills.
Yeah.
Like
go to the one in Lake O.
Yeah, people show up to like the thrift stores in expensive neighborhoods, and then they go like the professionals, like that resell. They go to those and take it over.
All my stuff that I give out or give away, because I'm very charitable and generous. Well, it all goes to Goodwill.
Yeah.
It's just because it's the easiest way to do it.
Most convenient way.
And I got to tell you, over the years, I have given some pretty nice clothing, like Nike stuff or whatever that doesn't fit anymore or I haven't worn it or I've given them some nice stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah. And if that's just me, imagine what the Richies are. Yeah. I'm just a poor.
Yeah. If there's a Goodwill up in the Dunthorpe area, my guess is that's got some cherry some cherry items. Well, Lake O then.
Yeah, Lake O. All right. Hey, you guys ready to party today?
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys ready? Big Monday.
Big Monday.
Oh, it's Wednesday. You know what? I was thinking today, we got to get into the Super Bowl, dude.
It's right around the corner, and we haven't really talked a lot of the actual game.
No.
Whoa!
So we're going to do that today.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
That is where we will start with the poll question on X next on The Fan.
The Fan is
Well played, Buckley. The moment I heard that, I immediately started chuckling to myself.
This is from the Vancouver Ford text line.
Strong no.
What? Play Manic Monday?
Yeah, they thought that'd be a real riot considering you said Monday instead of Wednesday last segment.
Yeah. I thought it was Monday.
Can I also just say that Susanna Hoffs is an all-timer for me?
Yeah.
Just...
How's she doing these days?
Looks great.
Yeah.
Looks, she's 65 and maybe the top of my old ladies that I'd like to stoop. Love me some Susanna Hoffs.
She was the Bangles?
She is the lead singer of the Bangles.
Didn't they party? Or was that
I think
was,
you're thinking of the Go-Go's.
Go-Go's.
Like the Belinda Carlisle.
Yeah.
And like they partied. I guess they lived the male rock star life, but with an all-female group. I'm sure the Bengals had their fair share of good times, but yeah, you're thinking of the Go-Go's that went hard.
Yeah. Susanna, she kind of looks like our boss, our GM, Kim.
You're going no old Kim Martinez?
Yeah, a little bit.
She was in a movie that I saw when I was a kid called The All-Nighter. And I mean, I must have been like 10 years old, but look up, just Google image Susanna Hoffs All-Nighter, and let's just say that started some things for me. We all had that moment when we were like 8, 9, 10 years old that just, it changed it for you. That was a game changer for me.
Mom need to go out and buy some extra socks.
Yeah. And then I saw Revenge of the Nerds after that, and then a lifelong love affair with being a perv started. But God bless the all-nighter.
All right, poll questions on X at 1080 The Fan, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAA. IAQ.com. Yesterday we asked you which of these quarterbacks selected the head of Brock Purdy would you take? Now, I did not put a none of them answer for you because you would have all chosen that.
Yes.
Sam Howell, though, winning. As a matter of fact, the results of this poll are deadly accurate.
Yeah.
In other words, these people know what they're talking about. Yeah. Okay, so Sam Howell, 59%. Kenny Pickett, 22%. Desmond Ridder, 12%. I do question the judgment of those people.
Yeah.
But Malik Willis at 7%.
Look, there's no good options anywhere on that list, but...
No, but they got it right. I mean, it's Howell by a ways, and then maybe Pickett, and then, oh my God, Ridder, and then no on Willis. But 7% picked Willis.
Yeah, so. The only two that you can even make, and not a compelling argument, just an argument for would be Pickett and Howell. The rest of it, just...
20% of our audience...
Flush that thing.
...is an idiot. Apparently. Or 19%, to be fair. Today, we're asking you which unit is more worrisome. Oh, God. It is Monday.
You're doing great. It is a manic Monday.
Which unit is more worrisome, i.e. could struggle in the super big sports game?
I know where I'm going with this.
Chiefs offense or Niners defense?
Oh, I thought we were being a little more specific.
Negative. Well, you've got two units that... I mean, they've just kind of been hit and miss, right? Like the Chiefs offense all season, but it's been better lately. Niners defense is just stacked, but yet lately it's not been as good. So which of those two would you worry about struggling more?
Niners defense.
I would agree.
It's not good right now. It isn't. And
I wonder why. Has anybody put their finger on why that is?
The defensive line just isn't playing well.
Chase Young's not very good.
Chase Young hasn't been very good. Armstead has been battling some injuries.
You can also get after their corners too a little bit.
And that's the part is that the secondary isn't with Hufanga being out, and the secondary just isn't what it was in years past.
About him.
Yeah, that made a difference for them.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Yeah, he's one of the better young safeties in the league. So the corners are decent. They're not great. The best player you have in your secondary is out. I love the linebacking core, but I think one of the things that has masked the secondary, like you either in today's NFL world, you either have a defensive line that can hide your secondary, or you can have a secondary that can hide your defensive line. And clearly with the Niners, it's been their defensive line that is supposed to hide the secondary problems. But lately, their defensive line, with the exception, I think in the second half of the Lions game, we saw some Bosa start to pick up a little bit, but Hargrave hasn't been what they wanted when they went out and got
Hargrave and Armstead both had been banged up a little bit, but they're not producing.
No, they're not producing, and you haven't seen much from Chase Young, and so Bosa and Gregory hasn't been any sort of real addition for them. So we thought they were just going to have, and Kinlaw again has been a disappointment. They're just not huge difference makers. So
they're not consistent. You can get a big game out of somebody every now and then, but it's not every single snap, every single series you're expecting to be stout.
So when you look at this Niners defense and you say, dude, if Bosa isn't just wrecking S, if he's not out there just playing with his hair on fire, and he's facing more double teams, he's facing more chips, I think teams are starting to figure out he's the one guy that scares you a little bit, and they're adjusting accordingly. And so far, those other guys really haven't made them pay. And the other scary one is they're not setting the edge. If you watch Detroit and you watch Green Bay, they ran outside of those guys, and they weren't setting the edge with tackles. They were setting the edge with tight ends and wide receivers. You can't have, in this league, you cannot allow your defensive ends to get sealed off by wide receivers. If you do, welcome to the outside. And both Green Bay and Detroit slaughtered them with that. So when you take a defensive line that I think is underperforming, and you take a secondary that isn't elite and is without their best player, I'm sorry, I think the Niners defense, I think right now it's overrated. I think when we think of the 49ers, we think of defense. Like you're like, oh man, the Niners defense, it's rugged, it's nasty. But if you go back to the first time these two teams played, yeah, the Niners defense was really good. And I'm not saying this unit is trash, but this is not an elite defensive unit. And it's funny because we think of Kansas City as being this offensive juggernaut.
They're the elite unit.
The best unit on the field come Super Bowl Sunday
defense
will be the Chiefs defense.
Yeah, because the Kansas City offense is not a juggernaut. It's got Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, the best unit on the field of all special teams, offense, defense, will be the Kansas City Chiefs defense.
So as we kick off Super Bowl, very hot Super Bowl talk here on a Monday. Anyone catch that? No? I don't really understand why the Niners are favored.
I don't either.
And I don't like that for betting purposes because I've already bet the Chiefs, and now I'm like, well, what am I missing?
Yeah, and it's weird because it feels like it's a sharp square thing where everybody and their mother seems to love the Chiefs because it's like, well, why would you bet against Mahomes? Why would you bet against the better defense? But every sharp, I read a stat today or heard a stat, every bet over $500,000 that's come in through the MGM platforms has all been on Niners money line.
This scares me a little bit because, I do this. Whenever there's a significant game, I do try to, believe it or not, do some due diligence and try to bring some cohesive, hey, these are matchups. I try to go through position by position and try to do a pretty good dive into this. And it reminds me a little bit of the AFC title game when I sat here and broke it down, and I went pretty passionate and I felt strongly about it. When you went through matchup by matchup, Baltimore, with the exception of quarterback and then maybe tight end, and I thought tight end was a little bit of a push, but that was the only real big advantage that Kansas City had. Everything all year said Baltimore. And when I look at this one, it's the exact opposite. When I look through most of the matchups, I'll give you running back, huge advantage. Huge advantage for the 49ers and at wide receiver. And outside of that, it's all Kansas City.
The Niners' skill players, running backs, receivers, tight ends, they have it. Everything else is KC.
And by the way, the 49ers have a kicker that is beyond unreliable. He's missed a kick in every single one of the playoffs. And meanwhile, Kansas City's got a guy who's just a stone cold killer.
Automatic.
So, for the life of me, when I look at this, I can't figure out why the 49ers are favored. Everything in my being says, dude, you load up and you take Kansas City. By the way, Kansas City has won these, plenty of times. This is a battle-tested team. The 49ers, yeah, they were there a couple years ago, but not everyone was there, especially your quarterback. Shanahan doesn't have a great track record in big games. By the way, even the coaching platform.
Got to give the advantage to Reed.
Head coach and coordinators, it's Kansas City. So why? I can't figure out, other than they're begging me to do it, which means go the other way and take the 49ers.
You have just laid out the perfect case to put your entire mortgage on the San Francisco 49ers.
Exactly. I don't know if I'm going to bet this. I will because I'm a degenerate, but
here's a reason why. So I already bet the Chiefs, and honestly, Suk, if I lose,
you're on the right side.
I feel like I'm good losing with them.
You can lose putting your money behind Mahomes and Reed in that
That's
defense.
right. If they lose, it's like give the Niners credit because I'll just ride with Mahomes and the Chiefs any day.
Yeah.
I think maybe the Niners are favored partially because the line is like the odds makers don't overreact. Okay. They it's just all a numbers game to them. And when they run the numbers, it is a number, the point spread is a number that is spit out based on the season long worth of football. Mm-hmm. And they don't adjust for how a team is playing now. That's where they get the public, right? The public will overreact to something they saw last week.
Recency bias is the public, and they're looking at the whole swath of the season.
They're looking at the whole thing. And San Francisco is very talented. Probably the more talented team, probably by the numbers.
And the Chiefs tripped all over themselves multiple times in the regular season, and that's being taken into account too. But they're playing better now.
And I think by the numbers, they're not out thinking this, and that's why San Francisco is favored. Now, the early money, which is sharp money, it's a little contrary to what Buck was saying. The Niners opened at -2.5. The early money is always sharp money. Because the public doesn't bet until they remember, oh, the Super Bowl's today, I better get my bet in, type of thing, right? That was a lot of it was Chiefs money because the line came all the way down to 1. So they moved it 1.5. Now it's jumped back up to 2. So that could be some sharp money too on San Francisco. But the early money came in on the Chiefs. I think a lot of people saw that and went, oh, well, I'm not out thinking this.
I'll take the Chiefs.
Kansas City right now.
Yeah.
And now it sits at 2, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with it Saturday and Sunday because that's when a lot of action is going to come in on it from the public. And I wonder if they won't just start betting KC right and left.
See, and I'm the opposite to you bring up a very valid point in that you take a look at the entire season. I don't like doing that because to me,
which team is playing better right now?
I don't give two F's what happened in the first 8 weeks of the season. To be honest with you, I don't care what happened in the first 12 weeks. They say this all the time. Every team that I was a part of, they take the season, now it's 17, so it's a little funky, but there's 4 quarters to a season. You go 4 games at a time. And no one cares what you did in the first 3 quarters. What did you do in the last quarter of the season? And I look at San Francisco, who laid some tremendous eggs, see the Baltimore ass whooping that they took, and then they get the bye week. And I'm sorry, they have been outplayed in 7 of the 8 quarters in the playoffs so far. And look, everyone gets fortunate at this time of the year.
But here they are.
You need a little luck, but they have found a way. But like Green Bay let them off the hook. And Detroit, if Josh Reynolds just catches a pass, if Gibbs doesn't fumble, I mean, the Lions had a half dozen plays that if one player makes a play in that second half, we're not talking about San Francisco being here. And I'm not saying that it's a fluke or that they don't deserve to be here, but I look at Kansas City that has kind of been very, okay to solid most of the year, and in the last 3 weeks has played their best football. Look at the offenses that they have absolutely stymied. And their offense, and all of a sudden Travis Kelce has found the fountain of youth, and he looks like the Travis Kelce of old. And their tackles, who have been beyond spotty all year, their left tackle hasn't given up a sack. I don't even know if he's given up a pressure all postseason. They're playing their best ball right now. And so when I look at those two things, to say that San Francisco is the most consistent team, maybe they do end up winning, but to me, when I look at this, I don't care that they were more consistent all year.
Well,
I care the last 2 to 3 weeks, and Kansas City has by far been the better team. Oh, and they have the better coach. I think they have most of the position groups that they have an advantage of, and they have this guy by the name of Patrick Mahomes.
Just right there, better quarterback, better defense.
Yeah.
I'll bet on Kansas City. Everything you said is why I'm not going to overthink it. I've already bet Kansas City. Okay, but the odds makers don't think that way. They look at it like, in other words, if we said, hey, the Niners and Chiefs are going to meet in the Super Bowl, and we said this to you in week 10, you would have been like, oh my God, Niners all day.
Yeah.
Something to be said for that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like regression to the mean. Okay, the team has played poorly or not as well the last couple games, but here they are still in the Super Bowl. They know they got to step it up. Kansas City, maybe again, regression to the mean. Maybe they're due to come back more like they played the rest of so they don't the odds makers just don't overreact, which is, I think that's really why the Niners are favored.
Yeah.
And yet I'll just go to bat with everything you just said. Like that, it's like that makes total sense to me. So even if I'm on the wrong side of it, that's a good bet to place, and that's all I want to do is place good bets.
And it's not a situation where we've seen in the past where both teams are completely firing going in. The Niners are not. So if you're just trusting your eyeballs and what you've seen the last 2 weekends, that's the play to make.
One other thing, I've got Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl numbers.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Actually, they're not.
Really?
Really?
How much of that is skewed with the Tampa one?
Well,
because his playoff numbers are excellent.
Correct.
But the Super Bowl itself, not so much.
The Super Bowl is his worst game.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
And we will get to that next. It is 3:36. Here's Buck.
This is a Super Week edition
the super big game on Sunday. Niners Chiefs. And so our breakdown is essentially why you should take the Niners.
Which means
we're all on the Chiefs.
We're all on the Chiefs. And look, this is all to say that Kansas City is just going to outclass them just isn't accurate. I mean,
and it's probably not going to go even remotely the way you think it will go in terms of just the style of game and what it's, it's always.
I mean, Buffalo and Baltimore were right there. The Miami game, that was something different. Miami didn't have a puncher's chance in that. It was, negative 22 degrees or whatever. But, San Francisco's a good team. And while there is a massive advantage, obviously, with Patrick Mahomes, again, if you think that Brock Purdy is just some, dink and dunk guy back there, then you just haven't been paying attention. And San Francisco has an ton of talent. I mean, McCaffrey and Kittle and their wide receivers. And Trent Williams, there is a ton. And Ayuk, there is a ton to love.
And for the most part, they have a coach who knows how to use that talent too.
Yes, there's a ton to like about this. And I think this is going to be a close game. I don't think Kansas City blows them out because Kansas City just hasn't been blowing people out. And
well, they kind of don't have the tools to do it anymore.
No.
I mean, they have Kelsey, who's been awesome. They have Mahomes, who is all world, but their line's been banged up. Pacheco's good, but they don't have a whole lot behind him in the backfield, and it's been hard to find points for them all season.
And can someone make some plays on that Niners defense? I mean, between Greenlaw and Warner and Bosa, I mean, you have some absolute horses over there. I mean, overall, Kansas City's defense is better, but I mean, to act like there isn't just three absolute badasses on that side of the ball, and Armstead's got something in the tank, that he can bring it. And if it doesn't look like Thuney, their all-world guard, is going to play, they said that the chances are slim. He's got that pec injury. And if he can't go, I thought that would be a killer against the Ravens, and it really wasn't until the second half when adjustments were made and Baltimore really kind of shut them down. But, that's one of those when you look at between Kinlaw, Hargrave, and Armstead, someone has to make Kansas City pay for having probably the worst offensive lineman filling in for Joe Thuney, the worst O lineman that's going to play in that. You have to take advantage of that. And then the two Kansas City tackles, which haven't been very good all year, they've been absolute holding machines, penalty machines, and they've played pretty well in the postseason. You need Chase Young, and more importantly, you need Bosa to step up and really make that a giant advantage for the Niners. And if you can do that, you're in this. People forget Baltimore's defense. It's better than the Niners, but they held up until that last drive when they threw the pass to Valdez-Scantling. I think they held Kansas City to 76 yards in the second half. You can stymie this Chiefs offense.
They shut them down completely. No points in the second half.
You can put the kibosh on this if you play well. So I mean, I just there's a reason why Vegas thinks this is a 1 to 2 point game. It should be a good one. It was a good one the last time they played.
I was teasing the numbers for Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So I was reading the story from CBS Sports. 5 burning questions for Chiefs Niners.
Yeah, and
some of these are dumb, and then other times you find some cool little nuggies.
Sure.
The first one is, will Mahomes have more Super Bowl woes? And I was like, what? What is that about? Well, here are the numbers.
Yeah, talk to me, Goose, because this is his 4th one.
He has struggled a bit in the Super Bowl. This says out of every playoff round, the Super Bowl is his least productive, and he has thrown more interceptions, 4, in his 3 Super Bowl appearances than his 14 other playoff games combined, which is 3.
Tickle me intrigued.
His completion percentage drops from 69% in the first 3 rounds to 62% in the Super Bowl, which is the largest decrease among 13 quarterbacks with at least 3 Super Bowl starts. His yards per attempt also decreased from 8 in the first 3 rounds to 6.3 in the super big game. That is, of course, due in part to stiffer competition as you proceed further. But if Mahomes' struggles continue, that'll drastically limit Kansas City's ability to repeat.
Now, I'm going to look at this game by game because I wondered how much of this was going to be affected by the Buccaneers Super Bowl when they took an ass whooping. It's 31-9. And that was the one where both of his tackles were out and Patrick Mahomes was basically playing 1 on 11. If you remember that game, he was running for his life. He even had one where he had some Superman ass throw where he was falling down and like going forward, and he threw it into the end zone and it should have been caught. It would have been the best pass you've ever seen in your entire life.
I remember that. He was fully horizontal, going
go look that up. And then I don't remember who the receiver was, but he dropped it. And I believe it was in the end zone. Would have been the best play you've ever seen. And so that game, he was 26 of 49 with no touchdowns and 2 picks and at a quarterback rating of 52.3.
Okay.
I don't put that on Patrick Mahomes. There was nothing to speak of. There was no run game. There was no protection. That thing was just an absolute landslide of just talent and injury just going against the Kansas City Chiefs. So I need to look and see what he did in the two Super Bowl wins, because I don't put that one on him at all. And you said he threw 4 picks, right, in those Super Bowls. Well, 2 of those against the Bucs, and maybe I'm just letting him off the hook, but I just don't judge him in that game.
Well, remember the first Niners game?
Yeah,
Super Bowl. They were down 10 at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, and came running back.
They only had 10 points. They scored 21 points in the fourth.
Yeah,
his numbers in that game: 26 of 42, 286. 2 tutties, 2 picks.
Okay, so that tale of 2 halves, right? Ugly, inconsistent, but came back in the second half. And the 2 picks, yeah, that's that's not great. But again, you led the comeback.
I'm looking at last year.
Yeah, and what was last year?
21 of 27, 182, 3 tutties.
Okay, so we have
no picks.
We have 1 great Super Bowl, 1. Against an elite defense, and you made plays down the stretch, and then 1 where you got your teeth kicked in. That's an interesting arc for the 3 Super Bowls.
Let me just say, the Tampa Super Bowl was after the Niners Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, the Tampa
Correct.
Super Bowl was, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just say that in 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls that Patrick Mahomes has played in, they have scored 38 points in the fourth quarter.
Jeez.
Because they scored 21 against San Francisco, and they scored 17 against the Eagles.
Interesting.
Last year.
And then again, the Tampa one, you just can't take anything from it. There's an ass kicking. You got drilled. So again, I'm not going to sit there and say that he was phenomenal in that game, but isn't there something to be said for in the fourth quarter when the lights are shining the brightest that dude puts up those numbers and you're scoring 21 and 17 points to win both of those games? In very, very close games.
Well, and in that Niners one, he had the miracle play on 3rd and 18 to Tyreek. I mean, he's made some magic happen. He had the corn dog reverse audible call to Kadarius Toney when he sniffed out their defense against the Eagles. That was late. He's awesome late in those games.
And to give San Francisco credit, in their 2 playoff games that have not been great, far from it, old Brock Purdy back there led a tremendous drive at the end of the game to beat the Green Bay Packers. And they were down 17, right, at the half. And what did he do in the second half? He led a monster comeback and ended up winning that game. So give credit. I mean, obviously, look, if the game's on the line, we all know who we want. But let's give Purdy a little love here that in his 2 playoff games, he has done what everyone said. Well, prove it. Well, he has. And yet we still won't give him any love.
Well, and Kansas City struggled against running quarterbacks, from what I've read.
Yeah, you can move.
So he can his legs, that could be an X factor like it was against Detroit.
And we thought Lamar was going to be a factor, and he wasn't. We thought that was another reason why Lamar in that Baltimore matchup was favorable, and then Lamar decided to not run.
Spags versus Purdy, a second half matchup from heaven.
Spags is the most underappreciated part of this dynasty.
Yeah, no, he's awesome.
Kansas City is built.
I think he's getting more talk now.
I'm glad.
But
the best thing for Kansas City is that he sucked so bad with the Rams that no one wants to make him a head coach again, that he gets just to hang out there and run those defenses.
Hey, yesterday we were talking about Tom Brady getting only $37 million a year to be a broadcaster.
How does he even live?
How much you think this guy is getting? A new job for Nick Saban.
A lot of milk.
Next on The Fan.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the Super Bowl later. Nick Saban has a new gig. Couldn't stay away long.
Nope.
He is going to be on ESPN College Game Day.
I'm sure they threw a butt ton of cash at him. And you've heard this, everyone from Bill Cowher to Urban Meyer. They love these gigs because they get to go to meetings. They get to talk to coaches. They feel like it gets them to scratch the football itch, but you don't have to obviously have the grind and, the wins and losses and all that. And you see a lot of these guys that are even red asses that hate the media, that the moment they're done, they run, they run. And I'm sure he's getting paid handsomely.
He's only got to go to, one place a week.
Exactly.
Right? And he doesn't have to prepare to call a game.
No.
Great gig.
Yep.
And I think that enhances game day big time.
100%.
Dude, Lee Corso shouldn't even be on there. So if you had Reese Davis, Saban, McAfee, and Herb Street, that's all you need.
Now you got Desmond Howard up there too. Don't forget about him.
Yeah, but I don't like him. So I want him out of there, and I want Corso out of there.
Yeah.
Now those guys will be on there, and so maybe bigger is better and having all those voices.
And Corso too.
If you just had those four guys, I think it would be so good.
But let's be honest. I mean, at this point, Corso, outside of putting the gator head on, he's just there. He's a filler.
They should put him behind the stage in like a little box.
Like a Pope mobile sort of thing. Put him in like in a protected case.
Big glass box. Yeah.
Where
you can't touch him. Yeah. He can't hear.
There's a defibrillator on him in case he goes down, like in the middle of a segment.
Yeah,
we just shock him.
Yeah. And then he just sits back
put
there.
him in a zoo.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what he is.
Yeah, it's a valid point. At this point, aren't we doing that? Aren't we just
Well, we're trotting him out there for our entertainment. That's a zoo.
I feel so bad for him.
I don't.
I do.
He must want to do it.
Well, he does, but
but that doesn't mean he should be doing it.
Exactly.
Well, I agree with that.
Well, he's doing it because he doesn't know what else to do. And he just
and because he likes it, but at this point, I don't know if he knows that he's kind of embarrassing himself at times.
I don't know if he knows a lot of things at this point. And Herb Street, God bless him, like he defends him, and because
Herb Street literally holds his hand under the set.
Yeah, it's borderline elder abuse at this point.
But I'm gonna love Saban on there because I like it when this is why Romo was good right at first.
Yeah,
is when you start broadcasting, you're breaking stuff down. Chris Peterson's like this. Mm-hmm. I like it when it's the next year after they coached. In other words, they know
it's fresh.
Yeah, it's fresh. They know the coaches. They know. I mean, not that would wane over time, and it already has with Romo. Like Romo, I feel like is just a shell of what he was when he first started. He was interesting when he first started because it's like, oh yeah, I played them last year, and here's what. Like that's interesting insight. Sabes, same type of thing. But I think he's going to be good at it. Like I feel like
we've seen some of these, and I think we've played him. Like where he does little chalk talks during his coach. He does like coaching shows or whatever, and he'll get up there and talk about a defensive scheme versus a goal line, and it's.
But just his thoughts on SEC
really
games, like sign me up for that.
Well, believe it or not, he's missed the national championship enough times that they've had him on an analyst for those games, and he does an excellent job.
Yeah, he's definitely done it before. He's good, but I just mean like his insight into Georgia versus LSU. Yes.
Yeah, all the yeses.
Because he's unencumbered now. He doesn't have to worry about it.
His only thing is, can you not worry about ruffling feathers and just be honest about it? Because that's the one thing that can hold any announcer back is when they feel like they have to do solids for people. I think this happens a lot with ex-athletes and ex-coaches is they don't want to be critical of friends, or they don't want to be critical of just players in general, and I think that's where it ends up getting a bit awkward. And hopefully Nick is able to separate those two. Yeah, it's like Barkley talks about that. Jordan doesn't talk to him. Like he was really good friends with Jordan, and Jordan wants nothing to do with him anymore. But I think one of the reasons Barkley has been so successful, and it's the same thing with Shaq, is they put that stuff aside. They got a job to do.
He'll do it the same way Peterson does it, and he's not going to take shots at anybody. It's all how you say it. Yeah.
He'll stay diplomatic,
and he'll stay with the X's and O's stuff. Here's what I would do. Like I just want to know, hey, what do you think of what Georgia does, and what would you do to stop like that? That's not
and that's
peeing in anyone's pot,
and that's great stuff.
That's just
because again, he's forgotten more about football than 99.9% of us will ever know.
And yes, somebody says on the Vancouver Ford text line, "Damn, Rob trying to display him in a glass coffin." Yes, I am
a little bit.
Yes, I am.
Well, I mean.
He's basically dead anyway.
Well, aren't they weekend at birdieing him anyway? So why not put him in a glass case? I mean, for his own protection. What if someone gets rowdy and throws something at him and it catches him? He doesn't have the dexterity to avoid any sort of flying projectile at this point.
All right. Saban did College Game Day. They're also saying that he's going to do NFL draft coverage, and he's going to be on some SEC Media Day stuff.
I didn't see the draft coverage stuff, which, again, there's a really smart guy because he coached against half of those
knows a thing
guys.
or two about putting guys in the NFL, doesn't he?
All right. Up next, what's going on with Chip Kelly?
Can you guys shut up?
4 o'clock on the Fan.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Please climb out of our ass. Just for a while.
I am wearing my punt sweatshirt today in honor of Ferentz.
I saw that. I love that. No more punts, though. They hired a new offensive coordinator, and he's great.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
A lot of field goals.
Well, then if that happens, then next year I'll have to change out of my punt sweatshirt into my field goal sweatshirt.
Where was I? Oh, we're going to talk about Chip Kelly here.
You guys shut up.
Who wants any job but the one he has?
Dude, I've never seen this.
It's unbelievable.
Have you ever seen this?
No.
Hey, will you shut up?
That dude's making $6 million a year coaching the UCLA Bruins, and he's done an okay job, not terrible. They're going to the Big Ten. They get a full share of the Big Ten money. And yet he seemingly will take any, and I mean any NFL job. Honestly, at this point, it's unfair to everyone involved. It's unfair to UCLA fans. It's unfair to the AD. It's unfair to the players. It's unfair to Chip. Like what? This is the definition of a lame duck season for UCLA. They're going to get their teeth kicked in the Big Ten. Chip doesn't want to be there. Everyone knows he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't recruit anyways. They can't recruit at this point. And if he does leave and take one of these jobs, the transfer portal, at least if you wait until the spring, until the transfer portal opens again, but if he leaves and takes the Seattle job here in the next week, it's open season on everyone on UCLA's roster, and they can't go and get anyone else. Players can leave. They can't come in. You think Washington got crippled and kneecapped by the transfer portal. Wait until UCLA loses their coach. I mean, at this point, I just think they have to negotiate some sort of buyout. And even if he doesn't get a job, just get him out.
But don't you think that's what's happening? I mean, there's no way he's doing this if he doesn't know he's gone.
I would assume, but...
Because today was the end of signing day, right? Or the end of the signing period.
This is...
So it's over. Recruiting is finally over. Yeah,
yes.
to beginning today.
Yes.
So I wonder if something doesn't just... so that way... So if you're going to part ways...
Yeah.
You're not going to do it 5 days before the end of the recruiting period, right? Because you want to hold on to your kid. Because those 5 days... Or no, I guess you get would the UCLA players then have 30 more days to transfer?
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess if you part ways with the coach, it doesn't matter. Their kids can transfer for 30 days after, whenever that is. Okay, so it doesn't. So forget that point. It doesn't matter what the recruiting cycle was.
Yeah.
But it just feels like it's over because why else would he be out sniffing around? So. The news today is that he interviewed yesterday for the Seahawks offensive coordinator position.
Yes.
And now the talk is that Bill O'Brien, who is the front runner to land the Boston College job, Bill O'Brien left the Patriots to go to the Ohio State Buckeyes. He is the offensive coordinator there, hasn't even coached a game with them, and he may be off to Boston College. I guess today The Athletic was reporting that it's Bill O'Brien or Paul Chryst for that job. If Bill O'Brien leaves, Ryan Day has come out and said he's not calling plays. Chip Kelly could jump from one Big Ten team to another, but the head coach of one and the offensive coordinator of the other.
That can't happen. That you cannot.
Well, it absolutely can happen.
You're telling me.
And might.
You're telling me it's going to get so bad that he will leave a $6 million a year job.
Dude, it is
making me
not
uncomfortable.
This is not about money. You know that.
I've never seen anything like it. UCLA, by the way, worst recruiting class in the Big Ten and 86th overall. Their recruiting class, would you care to guess
7
the two teams that are sandwiched between it, according to, I believe you like to call 247 Sports?
What 80 what?
They're 86th in the country, and they are sandwiched in between South Alabama and Georgia Southern. Dead last in the Big Ten.
Well, Georgia Southern's a good little program.
Dead last. Northwestern out-recruited them.
Did Oregon State do better than them?
Oh, let me see where the Beavs are out. Because they don't... I'd have to go by...
I don't think they did.
I'd have to go by conference, and they don't have a... I guess I still clicked the Pac-12. If this makes Oregon State feel any better, they're the second best recruiting class in the Pac-12. They do.
Now that's a shot.
Why is that a shot?
There's only 2 teams in the Pac-12.
I clicked on the Pac-12 recruiting
Division
rankings,
I football,
and there's Oregon State at number 2. So you stick your
Division I football.
Stick your flag in the ground right there and say you have the second best recruiting class in the Pac-12.
What Suk is not telling you is that Oregon State is 91st on that list.
Yeah.
So worse than UCLA.
Worse
and
than
by the way,
Go Beavers, how about that?
somebody texted in and said Colorado is worse, and they are. I looked this up earlier when I found out that it was the final signing day. 117th.
Yeah, they just
Colorado.
They cleaned up in the portal, I guess, is the only thing.
Do you believe?
I guess they just got a defensive coordinator, too, an assistant coach from the Bengals.
Yeah, they were dead last in the Big 12, but they only got a handful of kids. Like, most of their stuff is portal. Remember, some of this, too, is like, you don't have big classes, and I don't think UCLA had a big one either. I think Colorado only had 7 commits. So much like they did last year, Deion Sanders is doing the whole, I don't need high school kids, I'm just going to go get portal kids. And I guess they did a good job. I think they were ranked 2nd in the portal. So we'll see if this makes any difference in year 2 versus year 1. But, I mean, it's...
Chip's just daring them to fire him.
Yes, absolutely. He is...
Shut up.
I've never seen a seemingly major program. And what sort of insult, by the way, if you're Washington State, if you're the Beavs, I mean, God, if you're Oregon and Washington, realize that that's who the Big Ten took first, is they took USC and UCLA. This is the program that the Big Ten chose to hang their hat on. My God, their coach literally will take any job in America not named the head coach at UCLA for $6 million a year.
Deal is in. Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. He says he is hearing that Chip is leaving UCLA to become the OC for UCLA. Well played, Mr. Deal.
Just steps down.
I love when Deal jumps in.
Fantastic. I don't know. We'll see.
It's a real embarrassment.
Would you? Okay, now on this note, would you? You're the Seahawks. You're Mike McDonald. Do you want? Is Chip? Is that your offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly? Do you want that?
I'm not against it.
I guess what are your other options is the big question.
Well, is Ryan Grubb staying? He's staying.
We don't know. Everything
it sounds like it. He came into the Boosters Club in Alabama today and said, "Yeah, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere."
Yeah.
So because the talk was that he was certainly interested in it, but has he put that to rest? Look, I think you can do worse than Chip.
Well, but that's not a ringing endorsement. Yes, of course you could do worse. Is that the guy you want?
I would take him. Yes, I would take him.
I think I might too.
He's a very smart guy. His offenses weren't awful in the NFL. They were a little gimmicky, and some of that has been exposed a little bit. But when you take the head coach out of it, I don't necessarily think he didn't get fired in Philadelphia because of his acumen. He got fired because of a power struggle with personnel, which he should not be in charge of, and he's an ass. People didn't like him. But as an offensive coordinator, yeah, I'd give Chip a whirl. I mean, again, I don't know what other options are out there for you, but Chip is a very bright guy. I just don't think Chip wants to deal with, well, at this point, we know he doesn't want to deal with any stuff in college, and I'm not even certain he wants to deal with a head coach crap anymore.
Outside of the...
Put him in a room and tell him to just, drop your little plays and let's go.
Whoa, I thought you were going to say drop your little pants. Like Chip Kelly's
no,
little...
you just said that.
Well, I thought that's where he was going. He took me there in my head.
Whoops.
Drop your little pants, Chip.
And by the way, he is
resourceful little bitch.
He's let himself go quite a bit.
Well, whatever. Yeah. So the thing about him, I don't know, is it outside of the whole NIL thing and scaring some coaches out of college, outside of that, doesn't it seem like more coaches are jumping back and forth now?
Yeah. Well, I think
I
think the games are becoming a little more intermingled than they used to be.
Yeah, because of the spread concepts and stuff.
Yeah, and RPOs, and I think it's more NFL coaches, I think, are realizing that between O-line and quarterbacks, and even receivers to some extent, they're not coming out of college prepared for the NFL game. And I think people have learned lessons from some of like the Mike Martzes of the world where they just threw these, like learning Mandarin Chinese and being like, hey, figure this out. And yeah, in the grand scheme of things, that's a great way to do it if you've got guys that are up to speed, but not if they're not prepared. So I do think you're seeing more people not necessarily dumb things down, but just adopt sometimes easier schemes from collegiate stuff. And so the games are getting a little more mushed together. And yeah, I do think you're seeing more, little back and forth play than it used to be.
Okay, today is National Women and Girls in Sports Day.
Well, go ladies, and don't read any of the articles that are out there today because they're all involving the end of women's sports and trans athletes.
Oh.
There's like 17,000 of these articles written today.
Why is this now a thing again?
Well, because it's National Women in Sports Day.
So everybody's writing about that. Okay.
It's lightning rod content.
Well, it was weird. I clicked on, because I don't know about you, but like I have like my 10 things that I wake up in the morning and you do like your,
10 things.
Well, you do your round, like your 10 sites that you go to, right?
Oh.
You go through you weave, right? And it's just, I have a pattern that I go through. And I was on about my fourth one. And I was like, why the hell is there another article about a trans woman? And I was like, National Women. And then I was like, it makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
okay.
Makes sense.
Well, outside, I'm not talking about that. Yeah. I have girl news.
Oh, okay.
In honor of National Girls and Women in Sports Day.
I can't wait to hear it.
So we will have girl news when we return on The Fan.
It's back by
JohnAllen.com.
On 1080, The Fan.
All right, this is for you ladies out there. We love you ladies. We're all big fans.
Well, hello there.
I have some girl news.
On National Women in Sports Day, it's apropos.
That's right. That's why I'm throwing it in here. And it is the fact that we now have, for the first time ever in the history of sport, we have a female Division I baseball player.
Really? Yes. I did not know this.
So that's why I'm here.
What do we got? Let's talk about it.
Her name is Olivia Picardo.
Okay.
And she plays at Brown.
Googling now.
And
Olivia
Picardo. And she is becoming the first woman to play in a Division I baseball game.
Mm.
She's an 18-year-old freshman. They call her a utility player.
Mm.
She is from Queens, New York. And they were playing Bryant. And she pinch hit in the 9th inning and grounded out.
Ah, okay. Well,
so she's 0 for 1.
Well, but it's a start.
Well, she also made history just by making the roster. She made the team. That has never happened. A woman, a female, has never made a varsity baseball team.
No,
and she did.
Well, and we've seen this a little bit. Where, like, we've seen some ladies kick. We've seen a couple like in small Division II, Division III, like they attempt to play DB or something. Well, I think this is a cool story.
Here comes the patented soup poop.
Well, I these things kind of bother me because and believe me, I'm not doing this. How do I best put this? Well, I'm being dead serious.
I don't know.
I think it does a disservice to women because we're constantly trying to make it where it's an equal platform, and it's not. Women and men are not the same, and they never will be. We need to this idea that like women are going to play in the NBA. No, they're not. Women are going to play in the NFL. No, they're not. Women are going to play in Major League Baseball. No, they're not. They're not. And so while it's awesome that baseball isn't offered, obviously at Brown University or any other university for women, they have softball, but this girl wants to play softball or play baseball. I think it's awesome that she went out and achieved this. But we use this as like some sort of like carrot to women, like that they need that to validate them. We do this with women in golf. Oh, the best women in golf. Oh, she needs to make the PGA cut. Why? Why can't she be the best at what she does? Could Serena Williams beat a male tennis player? Not a good one. And it doesn't diminish the fact that Serena Williams is the best to ever do it, and she's amazing. And I hate for women, and I'm a hashtag girl dad, 2 of my 3 kids are girls. And I hate that we're constantly trying to make women on par with men. It's the Sabrina Ionescu thing, shooting against Steph Curry. Like, that's kind of a fun little thing, but it makes no difference. To act like Sabrina Ionescu could do anything on an NBA or even a male college court is absurd. But we're going to try to take this and then we're going to use it to either justify her existence as an athlete, or we're going to use it to make some sort of slight on women or men, depending on the outcome. And I hate that. It bothers me.
Or she's just a good little story. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing more than that. It's just,
it's never.
But it's never happened, right?
Yeah.
It is a notable thing. It's never happened. There are 8 women playing college baseball this spring. Mm-hmm. She's the only one in Division I. It's never happened where one made the roster, and it's never happened where one got in a game, and she did. It's a milestone moment.
Yeah, and like I said, those are cool things. If people left them, like you said, as cool stories. But we don't. We inevitably will turn this into, again, I just don't like where we're going with women's sports, and that we can't just appreciate women for what they do and for in their own level of greatness. We have to compare it to men. And I think that is dumb because we're not the same. And maybe this is apples to oranges, but like, I don't know, if we took the best male fighter in the world and we had him fight a gorilla, Is that an indictment on him when he gets his arms read off and be like, well, he's not the baddest thing in the jungle? The tiger mauled his ass. Yeah, because a tiger is supposed to maul him. And
it'd be a story.
The sooner we can get past this idea that somehow women are going to catch up and physically become on par with men, it just, yeah,
Listen, I'm sorry to bring it up.
It's a stupid thing.
Well, let me pivot here because I saw something interesting today from University of Texas football. Did you see any of their promotions on their staff? It's not playing the game, but they have named a female director of recruiting and a female director of recruiting operations under Sark at UT.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that. I don't know if that's trailblazing or pioneering or anything like that, but I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I did see that. And by the way,
is she hot?
There's the director of recruiting and the director of recruiting ops.
Yeah. So it's, that stuff is actually happening quite a bit. And we're seeing women that, and this is one of those, like, to me, a woman coach in male sports. Absolutely. I'd love to see like Pat Summitt was an amazing coach. Pat Summitt could coach men's basketball. And we're seeing women, even in the NFL, get on strength conditioning staffs. And I think the Niners had one a number of years ago that was
Becky Hammond coached in the NBA before she went to WNBA.
Exactly. And there's no reason that can't be a thing. And women officials and all that. The athletic, we're trying to make the athletic field even, and it never will be because there are biological differences that aren't going to change. And like I said, I don't think it does a disservice to men. I think it does a disservice to women. And that will forever be a bugaboo of mine that we have to compare women to men, and it shouldn't be.
All right. Dwayne asked if I brought this up because I wanted a break from talking because I knew Suk would go off on this. No, but I have heard that rant from you before.
Yeah.
You've brought that up before. But yes, if I wanted a respite, that was a good way to do it.
Yep.
Now I know. Dwayne's right. Just start tossing out things like, oh man, wasn't that movie Rudy great? And then just go get a drink of water.
Yeah.
Lay out.
You can just lay out.
But I'm being serious. Why is that?
All right.
I'm asking a question.
Okay.
You brought it up.
I know, but I wasn't expecting that.
Why is that a thing? Why has that become such a thing?
That's a headline. It's just I think you're just making too much. I just think it's a cool story. She's that's never happened. By the way, she has a really good swing.
Yeah.
And lefty. And she's obviously really smart. She goes to Brown.
Yep.
So I don't think it's much more than that. But yes, it's somewhere on social media, it's a whole thing. But I just never get into that kind of stuff. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to add some whimsy in my life and start getting into Reddit thread arguments with people about things like this.
Well,
hop back on Twitter, buddy.
That we can 100% agree with because that is a very talented and a very smart woman.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Coming up next, it is time for In the News. Well, we've already kind of gone over it, but I have the Terry Porter and family estate sale numbers.
Yeah, the numbers.
And we've got to get to Alaska door plug issues.
Yeah.
More news on that. So we'll get to that next. Here's Buck.
This is a super
All right. Careening toward the Hot 5 at 5. Will the Seahawks hire Chip Kelly? Seriously. That's a thing today.
Chip's trying. When you finish 18th out of 18th in the Big Ten recruiting rankings, you're looking to take the next train out of town.
Or will they hire me as their OC?
Quick aside, how long will it remain the Big Ten while there are 18 teams?
I don't think it's ever going to change. They
Stuck to the brand, huh?
Yeah, they love the brand.
The Big 18.
No one, the numbers mean nothing. At least
like the big conference.
The Pac-10 has at least moved from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12, and now the Pac-2.
Tupac. It is February 7th, 2024. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Love you all. Love your hot bodies. And you guys.
What?
Well, I'm just being inclusive.
The ones without hot bodies? Is that what you're saying? Like,
no, I love everyone.
Sexist pig.
It is National Fettuccine Alfredo Day.
I don't eat a lot of fettuccine Alfredo.
Yeah. It's one of those things where if you put a plate of it in front of me, I would want to devour it.
Sure.
But if you put a plate in front of me, really, I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's
I'm out.
I feel like it's just a heart attack waiting to happen. And if I am going to gorge myself on something,
that good. I mean, it's good, but
exactly.
It's not.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm going to gorge myself on something that's probably going to kill me, it's going to be better than fettuccine Alfredo.
That's right. Exactly. Well put. And as we mentioned, it is also Women and Girls in Sports Day.
Love our ladies.
So the numbers. So Oregon Live did a write-up, doing yeoman's work, doing a write-up on the estate sale of Terry Porter, which we have been fascinated by. And Suk tried to go to, but
made an attempt.
He did not make it through. No. He actually didn't even get out of his car.
The line was ridiculous. I always wonder what Porter's, because it was, those neighborhoods up there are packed pretty tight. What must have his neighbors been thinking when the masses of humanity descended upon?
I'm sure they were warned.
They can't be happy about that.
You got to go take a trip to the coast that weekend or something.
Yeah, you got to get out of there.
But they're saying 4,000 people showed up. About 4,000 people.
Yeah.
Many Portland Trailblazer fans dressed in Rip City clothing. Orderly entering Blazer legend Terry Porter's Dunthorpe residence over the weekend.
Some people waiting 2 to 3 hours in line just to get in.
Items range from high-end furniture to used sporting goods. Porter and his family have amassed over 15 years in their home, so they're moving to Jupiter, Florida. Is that what you said?
I think it was Naples.
Naples?
I heard Naples from a source.
People were having, this says, the biggest surprise was people were having fun while waiting in line. There were no heated tugs of war over highly desirable items inside the mansion. Some of the luxury, fashion, and designer clothing owned by Porter and his wife were purchased by his tall friends. Said Lynn Brady, owner of PDX Estate Services.
Man.
Oh my God.
I'll tell you.
So all the former Blazers showed up and
picked up their stuff. I mean, he's my height. He's like, what, 6'3"? What size shoe? I think Porter's like 6'3", 6'4", or something like that. So he's not, it's like 6'10". Like if LaMarcus had a sale, I don't.
Arvidas?
Yeah.
Did you buy some Arvidas shoes and wear them around?
That was the one thing I thought about, because we're roughly the same height. So I wondered if I got in, the one thing I probably would have looked for,
shoes,
because I like shoes. I wear.
I told you were gonna buy something. You would have,
because I couldn't have gotten in. But
I know, but once you did, if you had gotten in, you would have bought something, and shoes is what you would have bought.
Probably,
because they probably would have fit you.
If we had the same size, there's a chance that maybe I would have walked out with a pair of Terry Porter shoes.
So Alaska Airlines is now, well, the preliminary investigation into what happened with the door plug that came out and everybody flew out of the plane and died. Remember that?
Yes. No one died. Well, someone lost their shirt.
Yeah, there's some kid who then took a selfie. He was so distraught.
Yeah, he looked very happy, but now he's going to sue, so.
Boeing 737 MAX 9, right? Okay. So that was the missing, or the door plug that went off. They're saying that it was missing bolts.
Yes.
So it's the National Transportation Safety Board found that bolts were missing. Now, my question is should they have caught that?
It seems to me a little, the idea of so if you don't know what the door plug is, depending on how you configure the airplane, you can put more seats in, less seats. So on configurations where there's less seats, there's a door there. There's an emergency exit door. But on ones where you put in more seats, obviously there's no need to have a door there. So instead of a door, they just put in a permanent plug. And I would think, and look, I'm not an aviation expert, but I would think, as I'm putting in something that's holding I guess like the seal of an airplane, is it too much to ask to put in all the bolts? This isn't like building like a piece of wicker furniture and I miss a bolt.
I'm a little confused as to, so this is on Boeing.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, I'm sorry, I should have clarified. When I'm saying they should have caught that, or when I'm asking that question, I'm asking, like, does Alaska catch, like, obviously it's Boeing. Boeing's got to be better than that.
I don't know how Alaska catches it.
Right, like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, do they, because they do go through and, inspect the planes, and they do the things like, oh, hey, everything's looking great. They do all their checks and balances before you take off. Is that something that they should have caught? Not Boeing, of course, should have.
I don't know how Alaska is supposed to check to make sure that how many bolts are on an airplane?
I know, but do you remember the guy who was sitting in the seat next to the wing, and he looked out and he saw a couple of missing bolts?
That's true.
And he told them about it, and they were like, oh my God, deboard the whole plane. And then the science guys look at it and go, my God, that doesn't matter.
And now I saw one today where there was a guy who looked out and there was a bunch of electrical tape on the wing, and he's like, what is this? Is this a patch job? Like, what's happening here?
And what happened? Did they have to?
I didn't read the article.
Did they tell him to shut up?
I just saw that he was upset about
Duct
it.
tape his mouth.
So.
It does.
Shut up.
It just blows my mind that something seemingly so simple and so important. That's like me driving around in a car and my door is not attached. It seems like that's kind of an important thing.
So it sounds like this was so it's the MAX 9. So these are new planes.
Yes.
So at Boeing, it was missing bolts.
Yes.
So then it goes to Alaska. They put their little Alaska logo on it, and they're like, ooh, we're going to fly everybody around. How many times did it fly
before
the door plug? Because now there are reports that people on the plane said that there was whistling by the door plug before it went off. On the previous flight, the flight had just come in from somewhere, and
Can you imagine sitting there and feeling a breeze, and like you hit your little call button, you're like, excuse me.
I don't think that's supposed to be happening there.
You just take your seatbelt and tighten that up a little bit, and now they're saying that there may be another problem with these airplanes, that they're saying that some of them, the holes that are supposed to be there have been misdrilled. So they're saying there could be yet another problem with
on just the MAX 9s?
On just the MAX 9s, yes. That Boeing told Alaska that some of the holes that have been drilled may not be what Alaska wants. So they have to go through and take a look at those. Someone at Boeing is getting their ass fired.
Wake up.
I often think about this. Airplanes, like the space shuttle, anything that goes 600 miles an hour. I just think about how many things have to go right for that thing to work. It actually amazes me that more don't go down. It just, every time I look at an airplane, I think to myself, how many of these fly and we never hear about problems? It really is a marvel. Because to me, in my opinion, like every other day, one of these should be falling out of the sky. Because you think about all the things that could go wrong.
Did you hear about the 737? So at Boeing, the CEO flagged an issue with the fuselage.
Oh, why not?
Because they were doing extra. They were getting kudos for doing all this extra security, stability testing, you know, and going through everything. Yeah. And then the CEO's like, "Did you guys catch this?" And I guess it's something to do with the fuselage.
Jeez Louise.
So now they're trying to shore that up. I feel great about my flight next week.
Is it on one of these?
Yes. Well, it's not on a MAX 9.
It's an Alaska
believe me,
flight,
I looked it up. It's on an Alaska flight, but I think it's one of their older planes, so I guess I'm okay with it. I don't know.
Hey, Group 4 text line, just remember the contract word in that plane wasn't performed by Boeing. It was done by the lowest bidder.
No, that's right. That's the company called, that's where the door plug came from.
Third-party contract.
Spirit, didn't we call it? It was called like Spirit Air Systems or something. Not to be confused with Spirit Airlines. Yeah. But he's right about that. That's
well.
So, and Boeing can't. You see, they're just caught. Like they can't be like, well, Spirit sucks. We're going to find a new one. Nope.
This is the problem with anytime you're making something, it's not all made in-house. I remember when we ordered our Bronco, and the tops were all being made by a different company. Ford wasn't making the tops, right? Those are contracted out to someone. And it turns out that company was an absolute S show. And like every top was failing. And so they were like, well, we got to go find someone else to make the top. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, I honestly kind of feel bad for Boeing at this point. Boeing's over there getting drugged through the mud. And like you said, they're like, I don't know. They were supposed to do their job and they're not.
Right.
But no one cares about the little small company. We're just sitting there being like, I ain't getting on that thing. That's Boeing's fault.
If you have a flight tomorrow,
yeah,
and it is a Alaska, because I think they put these planes back in the air, right? I thought they did.
They were grounded, and I think they're back up in the air.
And it is an Alaska Max 9, 7, whatever it is, Max 9.
Yeah.
You taking? You don't care?
I think I'm maybe.
You looking the other way?
I think I'm looking for something else, maybe.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're gonna switch?
Yeah. Jams me up a little bit, and I know it's probably fine. It jams me up. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life.
All up in your kitchen.
I must see if Southwest has some flights. I don't need that.
See, those planes seem so rickety. You know, like the Alaska, when you fly Alaska, I'm always like, oh, these are really nice. They do a nice job. Southwest, I get on one, I'm like, my God, when was this plane? Was this plane from 1960?
I try to like take the opposite perspective. If something bad has happened recently, I think my chances of another bad thing happening are not high at all. So I'm like, the time I want to fly is right after the mishap.
You know, there's something to that. Hey, that plane just went down. Get me on the next one. We're going to be fine.
There's no way they'll have two in a row like that.
Yeah. Somebody said they're flying from Palm Springs, or flying to Palm Springs on Friday on Alaska.
Yeah.
And they're flying a plane that's the Premax 737-900. Totally packed. Same flight, same day on the Max plane. Plenty of room.
Yeah. Hey, rolling that dice, baby. Saving $37. Get me on that. Get me on that Max plane.
I wonder what the price difference is.
I don't know. I'm guessing there may be one. Hey, everyone start. If you put some savings out there.
Yeah.
What are the chances? And no one died.
What are the chances?
No one's died yet.
That's right. I'm gonna bring my own seatbelt.
Yeah, convertible style. Get one of those seatbelt extenders and double lash yourself.
I'm gonna have my wife duct tape me all the way around the seat.
Until the seat rips out.
Lock me in. Yeah, exactly.
Watch that Snow Society, one of those seats flying out the back. See what happens there.
Well, we have very important news from the Portland Audubon Society, and I'll get to that next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories, brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Fires one up, off the mark, and Kansas State knocks off Kansas in Manhattan for the second straight year.
Yeah, we lost those ninnies in Manhattan the other night.
Yeah, I see that the Rock Chalk isn't doing so well on the road this year.
Yeah, well, the Big 12's tough.
Yeah, well,
and I have a stat for you. You want a stat?
Yeah.
This does not bode well for my Rock Chalkers, but they are the worst team in the Power 5 in the final 4 seconds of the shot clock.
Oh.
Yeah. So when their first or second options don't work.
To quote Patrick Stewart, not built for the moment, I see.
Yeah, they might be second round and out again.
Wait till they face my 4 white guys and an Egyptian.
The Fan's Window into Sports is brought to you by Window Nation. Get 50% off all styles of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
In the midst of being, 14-33 going into the game, I'm going to go watch my team pay tribute to a guy that, busted his ass and represented the franchise in the city in a pretty positive manner. Let's go have a time. We did kind of want them to beat Dame in his return, but also give Dame the flowers and say, thank you for everything you did.
Dirt and Spray. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that.
We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads,
All right, Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. We've got time for one more story here from your noted newsman on today's In the News for Feb 7. You know, the Portland Audubon Society has changed its name. JC Babes, this is a big change.
What do we got? What do we got?
That's a 120-year-old organization. And it appears that James Audubon was quite the racist.
Oh, so you can't have that anymore?
Well, yeah, you can't. I mean, he owned slaves. He was staunchly opposing the abolishment of slavery. And he also desecrated the graves of Native Americans and stole their remains.
Ouch.
He died in 1851. But his influence has lasted so long that they finally just now said, you know, enough is enough.
If you don't know, the Audubon is the birdie birds.
The birdie birds. And I tell you, how
many organizations, by the way, real quick, across the country, if you looked into the name, are probably very problematic?
Yeah, I think there's a sliding scale, right? Yeah. It's like, look, we could probably... It sounds like this guy was bad enough that maybe, you know, it's a brand upgrade. You don't even have to say anything about it. Just change the name, right?
Yeah.
Because here's how dumb I am, and I know you guys know I'm dumb. I didn't know that Audubon was a person's name. I thought Audubon meant it was like a bird word.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I see that.
I just thought it was, like something that you...
I only knew because we've talked about it. I can't say that if you told me, I wouldn't know. I just knew that the Portland Audubon Society was birds.
Yeah.
But I had no idea where Audubon came from. I didn't know it was a guy. How many people, like...
There's a guy.
When I hear Audubon, I normally think about, like, driving real fast. Like, yeah, let's go.
Well, there's that, too, yeah. So the new name. This is a big deal, Chase. Says Stuart Wells, the executive director of the organization. 120-year-old birding, educational, and environmental organization. Portland Audubon is now the Bird Alliance of Oregon.
That's right. Let's all celebrate the Bird Alliance. Which, by the way, it makes a little more sense. If I told the average person, hey, do you want to be part of the Portland Audubon Society? They'd be like, what? Now, if I tell you the Bird Alliance of Oregon, you're like, oh, yeah.
It is a little bit more
it's out there.
Clear.
Yes.
What it is.
Yeah.
I like birds.
Yeah. Who doesn't?
So
I guess some people, but yeah.
I want to join the Bird Alliance.
I don't want to join the Bird Alliance, but I don't know what that involves. But like if the Bird Alliance was like, hey, we got a big bird event going on, would you like to, could you promote it? Like, is there an owl involved? If I could like see or pet an owl, I'd like to get involved in that. But do I want to be a full-fledged member of a Bird Alliance? Not really.
Well, screw you, James. You're out.
Old racist
You old
bastard.
racist bat. You're out.
Yeah. I think that's the problem is any organization, and I mean this, any organization that was named after someone 100 years ago, I got news for you. 100 years ago, yeah, I think everyone was racist. It's just kind of the way, it was.
That's why I say there's a sliding scale. It's like, like I saw a thing the other day where Larry David found out that his ancestors owned slaves or something.
Yeah.
And he was stunned by that.
Like, really?
But it's like, it's like, I don't know. That doesn't mean that you have to take their name off of everything.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people own slaves. But now if you start desecrating graves and we're stealing remains and now we're
tearing down statues.
We're against, like it's just.
And how far do we go back? Because like I'm a Holmstrom. We go back and that's
the Holmstroms. I've heard about the Holmstroms.
I got that Viking thing going, and while I love my Viking heritage, I got some news for you. We did some things. On the plus side, we did it to other white people, so there's that. Like,
you talking about a lot of raping and pillaging?
Well, and slaves, we did slaves. We did slaves. They were, again, white slaves, but we did slaves, and we did the pillaging, and we did the raping, and we did the murdering, and a lot of priests. In England and Scotland and Ireland, killed a lot of unarmed holy people. Like that's, got some stuff. Love my heritage. There's some ugly parts to it. And that's all I'm saying is if we go back far enough, we're all going to find some stuff that we don't like.
Yeah.
So,
but that's why you have to dig into it further.
Yes.
And find out if they were a real a-hole
or just
a dumb a-hole who was following
product of their time.
Well, Vancouver Ford text line now pointing out this is all fine and good until we find out that the birds are racist too.
Correct, right.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. If you go back like 1,000 years, it's really bad. So maybe we like 100 years, only go back so far. You have to be the person has to be around soon enough where we know someone that knew someone that knew them and can be like, oh yeah, that was a terrible person. But if you go back like hundreds of years or thousands of years, you don't want to. It's human history is it's a bit rough.
If I let you have video, of the old what'd you call them? What was the name?
Oh, the Holmstroms?
Yeah. I've got exclusive video of the Holmstroms. This is from 1796.
You know what?
You want to take a look at that?
Nah,
like this is your great
17?
Great.
I may, but if you go back to like 13, nah, because we were some.
All right, let's go back to the 1300s. I have exclusive video. I want you to see this. These are your ancestors. You are a descendant of these people. Let's take a look. You're not watching that? Oh my God, I'm watching this.
I don't think you want to.
No, it would be horrifying, but I'd watch it. I'd want to see what they look like.
I guess as long as you were prepared, I would watch, but I would watch with like one hand over my head, and there'd be a lot of like,
can you do that? That's not against the law.
But that's the thing. That would be everyone. Every person on the planet, if you went back far enough, one of your ancestors is doing something that you're going to be like, ooh. Yeah. Human history is awful. All of it. There's no good parts of it. Everything. Terrible.
Well, I don't feel terrible for not knowing that Audubon was a name of a person.
Yeah.
Because this guy says, I'm so dumb, I thought it was trees, not birds.
Well, now it's easier.
You are dumb.
It's the Bird Alliance, for God's sakes, and now we know.
Bird Alliance of Oregon.
Of Oregon, yes.
That's in the news, Feb 7. Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions?
I'm Rob. That's Suk right over there.
Right here.
Dude.
Ryan Buckley is back today.
Yeah, baby.
He was making babies so hard with his wife, she threw out her back.
Yeah. That's how he
Word on the
does it.
street. At least that's the word in the studio.
Yeah. So
stick with that, Buck. Ride that train.
Why not?
Coming up this hour, is a dad bod required to be an all-time great?
Talking about the Mahomes photo.
Yes.
Hey, you may not like it, but that's what peak physical performance looks like.
Don't I know
Some
it?
skin there.
Were you so happy when you saw that?
Well, I mean,
You're like, yeah.
I was like, wow, that looks like me. Maybe I should have been a quarterback.
I would have thought that looked a little sharper than what it was.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Some guy climbed the Sphere in Vegas, and I bet it was a media member.
Well, did you see Joe Buck? We were talking about this, but Joe Buck said he is not staying on the Strip, and he doesn't want any trouble. And he said flat out, he goes, someone is going to lose it. A media member, athlete, someone.
I told you that.
Yeah, someone's going down.
Joe Buck didn't say that. Isaac Robb said that.
and then
we
Joe,
talked about this last week.
Yeah.
I said there is going to be a media member that's going to go ham.
Yeah.
And so some guy climbed the Sphere today.
That seems hard to do.
I bet it's like Ryan Russillo.
Had a few too many drinks.
After a bunch of, because last night was the big media party.
Yeah.
I guess. And would you like to join me at the new diaper spa?
Come again?
You heard me.
That's right.
Is this like Steam, but with diapers?
I'll have that story for you. An expose.
I can't wait.
Tonight, 6 to 7. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Suk. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
The Cowboys have interviewed Rex Ryan for their defensive coordinator position.
Rex Ryan?
Yeah. Wow.
What?
He's been on ESPN some.
Yeah.
So he's doing like the broadcasting thing.
Last time he coached.
But yeah, I mean, it's been a long time.
So are you really scraping the barrel when you end up at Rex Ryan?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He was pretty good, though, when he coached.
Do you know his middle name is Ashley?
What?
Yeah, I just learned this. I'm finding out. I'm going through his resume, and his name is Rex Ashley Ryan.
Wait, he's younger than I thought. I thought
How old is he?
He's 61.
Well, when was the last time he coached, though? I mean, it's been a long time.
I was under the impression that he was much older than that. So he was the head coach in Buffalo 2016.
Wow.
So he has not been a defensive coordinator since 2008. Yeah, that's a bad hire.
15 years.
That's a bad hire.
Nick Saban has a new job. He will join the set of ESPN's College Game Day.
That, I think, is actually a really good hire.
They say he's also going to appear on NFL Draft coverage and at SEC Media Day.
He'll do a good job on that.
Today is National Signing Day, marking the end of the 2024 recruiting cycle.
And most all the big recruits, I was listening to Recruiting with Andrew Nemec last night.
Yes, so was I.
I think every one of the top 250 kids minus one had already signed.
Yeah.
So this signing date here just kind of puts an end cap on it, but the heavy work's all done in December.
The Big 12 will not land one team inside the top 20 of the rankings. Their top class is Texas Tech at number 24. The Ducks finished top 5. They are third in the 247 sports rankings.
Yep.
Dan Lanning saying this will be his most talented roster yet.
Number 1 in the Big 10, although Ohio State had like 4 or 5 stars. Oregon didn't have one, but the average recruit for Oregon slightly higher.
You know who did pretty good was Stanford. They came in at number 29 this year. Washington 41, Oregon State 92, Colorado 117th.
Yeah. Now remember, some of this too is a little skewed. Like Colorado did great in the transfer portal. I think they only had like 7 commits.
Number 3.
So it's a bold strategy that Deion Sanders is saying that he could care less about high school kids.
Tiger Woods will make a return to the golf course competitively next week. He will play in the Genesis Invitational in LA. That is the same event that he had his car accident at.
Well, that's his tournament, right?
He's the host of it, yeah. The PGA Tour has announced 80% of $930 million earmarked as player equity grants will be distributed to 36 of its top players. It'll be based on career performance, results over the last 5 years, and how they did in the Player Impact program, which is social media influence.
Okay, so you get.
Well, they broke them into 4 tiers. I didn't give you the whole story there. They broke the players into 4 tiers.
Yeah.
In the top tier is the top 36 guys. They get 80% of that earmarked money. The other 20% is split between the next 3 groups down. So, I mean, even the last few guys on tour, they're getting a little something.
Well, you got that big influx coming in, 1.5 billion.
Well, that's
guaranteed.
what this is. Yeah, it's part of that.
And then potentially another $1.5 billion on top of that.
NBA trade deadline is tomorrow. Nothing big is happening yet. The Celtics today got Xavier Tillman from the Grizzlies for 2 seconds. Tillman ranks as the 3rd best defender in the NBA this season. The Pistons send guard Monte Morris to Minnesota. Blazers return to action tomorrow, hosting those pesky Pistons. They've won just 6 of 49 games, but watch out.
Toss out the records. And by the way, it certainly sounds like the Blazers aren't going to do anything at the trade deadline, especially now with Sharp basically being out for the year. And, the new CBA just, it makes it harder to wheel and deal. They've kind of put the kibosh on some of these moves, so it may be a very quiet trade deadline. Like, I haven't heard any big names talked about being moved. So,
there are some names out there like Wiggins and
is that really a big
DeJounte Murray? I mean, it's big enough. That's kind of interesting.
Kind of.
I mean, the Xavier Tillman isn't.
No. But expect the Blazers to not do much of anything.
Staying boring.
Well, again, what's the point? Are you really making a move at this point to
get LeBron?
Well, the point would be to hit the season total under, get some more draft picks, and get some talent out of here. That's the point.
That's true.
Wow, that was poignant.
Buck, that's the best thing you've said all day.
Thank you.
Ryan Day will relinquish play calling duties for Ohio State. He is relinquishing them to new offensive coordinator Bill O'Brien, but his status
he leaves
is up in the air. There is no news yet on if he will take the Boston College job, but it appears it's down to him and former Wisconsin coach Paul Chryst. Now, if O'Brien does jump, a new rumor is that Chip Kelly could be in line to pivot to offensive coordinator at Ohio State.
If that happens, that is going to be the single biggest slap in the face that a college program has ever taken. Chip Kelly wants nothing to do with UCLA. He is interviewing for every open position in the NFL, including Waterboy. And you imagine the slight of UCLA moving to the Big Ten and losing your head coach who makes $6 million a year to go be the offensive coordinator at one of the other Big Ten schools. After, by the way, just putting the finishing touches on the 89th best recruiting class in the country for Chip Kelly and UCLA. This is just absurd what's going on down there.
Seems like he may be out of there. But Tuesday, if you didn't hear this, he interviewed Chip Kelly, we're talking about here, interviewed with the Seahawks for their open offensive coordinator position.
Yeah, he's interviewing everywhere. He'll be on this show. He'll be interviewing for the 3rd spot in this show.
I'd have him.
You'll probably see him tomorrow night in your meeting.
I would think so. Yeah, we're having
Maybe that's it.
We're having a big secret meeting. We don't really know why, and just we show up and there's Chip. Hey guys, you guys shut up.
That's your hot 5.
Hey, will you shut up?
Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now. Now at victorricos.com. We'll get back to the Super Bowl. Super big game. Let's talk about dad bods. Okay.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Shut up.
It is 5:15 on the Fan.
We like threesomes.
It's a wonderful lifestyle.
1080 The Fan invites you to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver. Tuesday, February 27th. We have an early round and a late round.
the big game. It's on Sunday. I saw where Patrick Mahomes was getting a little heat for his dad bod because they had the cameras in the locker room after the Baltimore win.
It was an unflattering angle. He's not necessarily an Adonis.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I just wonder if dad bod is like a requirement to be an all-time great. Because if you think about Tom Brady when remember that Tom Brady
combine photo,
the draft photo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you want to talk about dad bod?
Well,
and
even Brady now, if you see photos of Brady with his shirt on, shirt off, he's got a dad bod.
Well, explain why Mac Jones stinks then, because he showed off his bad dad bod after winning a natty at Alabama, and he's been trash.
That's true. Well, not a dad bod doesn't make you great, but you need a dad bod to be great.
Okay.
Peyton Manning
100% has got a dad bod. Eli, a worse dad bod than Peyton.
But he's not an all-time great.
No, but he's got 2 Super Bowls.
But Brady, Manning, and Mahomes all have dad bods.
Yes.
All-time greats.
Yes.
Give me a
Joe Montana, ultimate dad bod.
Yeah,
guaranteed dad bod.
For sure.
You seen Ben Roethlisberger without his shirt
dad
on?
bod.
Oh, yeah.
Not pretty. Not pretty.
Who is the 5th greatest quarterback of all time?
Elway probably doesn't have a dad bod.
Yeah, he was pretty. I don't know.
Elway's probably
he was put together.
Elway's the one that probably.
He was the superstar 2-sport athlete. He was pretty chiseled.
That skews it a little bit.
We have Patrick Mahomes talking about his dad bod. I guess of course they asked him at the.
Well, of course
at the Super Bowl.
Another Super Bowl for sure. I have a 6-pack. It's just under the dad bod. So it's just, if you feel, I mean, there might be some skin there, but then underneath that, the 6-pack's there. You just got to get real close, and you got to squint a little bit, and I think you'll see it.
Yeah.
His little Kermit voice.
Well,
He's great. I think he's wonderful. I really do. He's like
he's
joking about it.
He's easy to like.
There would be a lot of people that would be like, oh, what are you talking about?
Sure. But you get caught, But
don't we all have 6-packs under our fat?
Yes. Yes.
As long as you have 6 abdominal muscles.
They say all the time that abs are like, you see people doing crunches and you're like, dude, abs are not made in the gym. Abs are made in the kitchen.
That's right.
You eat right and your abs can poke out.
He must take after his mommy.
Why?
Well, because
his dad's kind of a piece
of
work.
His dad's a jackass, and his son and his brother's a jackass, and then the mom's great. She seems wonderful and nice and sweet, and he's nice and charming.
Yeah, there's an element to that, right? Maybe it's just one of those when you see your dad that's a horse's ass, maybe you just don't want to be like that. I don't know.
He defends him, though.
Does he?
Well, I mean, it's his dad.
Yeah,
he's around. And
he's around.
He's always down there after they win all these Super Bowls. He's always down there smoking a cigar.
Well, and 3 DUIs later.
Yeah,
he did say on this one that he's not going to talk about it. Someone asked him about it, and he's like, "It's private matter, and let's not discuss."
Let's not. But let's talk about your dad bod instead.
But it is weird because whenever now we talk about quarterbacks coming out of the draft, we all want physical specimens. We make such a big deal about it. And yet if you look through the history of quarterbacks, from Dan Marino to Brett Favre to Drew Brees to Peyton Manning to Eli Manning to Tom Brady to Pat Mahomes, you don't have to be put together. Like, when are we going to learn that Anthony Richardson or Jake Locker looking like an Adonis doesn't mean that you're a good quarterback?
Who was the quarterback that got all jacked?
That was Will Levis.
Levis, yeah.
Dude, Levis went crazy. That guy looks like a freaking bodybuilder, and he sucks. Like, you just don't. It's the one position, well, that and kicker, that you don't have to. To say they're not in shape isn't accurate. You just don't have to be a physical specimen.
Yeah.
You just don't. But this is that way in a lot of sports. Like, Wayne Gretzky is the greatest hockey player of all time. You ever seen Wayne without his shirt on? No, probably because he never would take it off.
Unfortunately.
It's not impressive.
A lot of those hockey dudes have a lot of extra padding, and they need it because they get their asses kicked out there. And I think a lot of them are great athletes under there, but you look at a bunch of hockey players with their shirts off, it's not as impressive as you might think.
That makes me feel better.
The one sport you probably can't get away with it is the NBA. You can't have
100%.
You just can't. That and like soccer.
Jokic.
Boy, damn it. That's
There's
right.
the best player in the league has a dad bod.
Oh, my God.
Well, there used to be a time in baseball, too. You could have the Mo Vaughns rolling around out there, the John Crutch.
I was like, yeah, you can't be a fat butt and dad bod in the NBA. There's too much running. Same thing with soccer. And I'm like, best player in the NBA.
Doncic is a top 5 player.
He's got a dad bod.
He's got
a dad bod, too. What is with the Europeans and the dad bods? How about this? Most of the NBA, you have to be like, this is why I question with Doncic and Jokic. And I say it's the same thing about soccer. Soccer dudes are just jacked. There's just you can't run as much as they do and not be in shape.
Yeah.
So in the NBA, 82 games, the amount of running and just everything that goes into that, in order to have the level of smushiness that Jokic and Doncic do, what sort of commitment to piss poor diet and nutrition does it take in order to maintain that dad bod?
It's a good question. I mean, I was watching Kansas the other night. This is related but unrelated.
Yeah.
And I was watching them play K-State, and Hunter Dickinson's their big 7-footer. He is also dad bod guy.
Yeah.
A big white kid. He looked noticeably thinner to me. And I don't know if you ever do that. You probably don't, because you don't watch one team during the entire college basketball season.
Sure.
But you'll see them lose weight over the course of the season. To your soccer analogy, it's like
there's just so much.
They're running up and down the court.
They play themselves into shape, kind of.
Yeah, they play exactly. He seems much slimmer now because obviously he's running up and down and playing every other night. But I don't know why I told you that.
You're just talking about
who are you talking about?
Well, I was just saying in the NBA in general.
Oh, like Jokic, yeah.
It's and he has thinned out a little bit.
He will
from where he was.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And as the season goes on, but you just would think that with all the physicality there, that it's hard to have that level of baby fat. And he's not in bad shape. He just has baby fat, and you would think that you wouldn't when you have every resource at your fingertips and you run like that all night, because he's not lazy. The dude gets up and down the court.
So does this show us that in sports, if you are absolutely world class, nothing else matters?
Yes.
Right? Like you're just so good.
Yep.
But you have to be the elite of the elite to be able
That's
to
what I
pull it
mean.
off.
World class, like top level.
It really doesn't.
It really doesn't matter.
No. If Jokic or Doncic wanted to, and we got them with Kobe's trainer or Jordan's trainer, they would look completely different. And they'd be better. They'd be in better shape, but they don't want to, and they don't have to.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Tom Brady, though, I mean, the reason he played so long and perhaps won the last handful of Super Bowls is because of how well he treated his body.
Yes.
Yeah, he changed all of that.
He changed it. Yeah, and he talks about it. And he talks about his career resurgence, and it may not have been like getting jacked, but he put a lot of effort into that. But it just always impresses me. And someone brought him up, and this is, I know you don't follow this sport, but there's one in boxing and there's one in MMA. Look up Daniel Cormier. He is one of the greatest mixed martial arts fighters of all time. And he's an Olympic gold medalist, and he is a fat ass. Like it's just
Daniel Cormier.
Yeah. Cormier. Like, look at that. And I'm here to tell you, that is one of the baddest human beings walking around on the planet, and look at him.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't like, like this wasn't like he got out of shape like when he wasn't fighting. He went into the octagon looking like that and mauled people. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He won Olympic gold medals looking like that in maybe the most physical endurance sport known to man, wrestling. And then the other one is the freaking Gypsy King. Tyson Fury has man boobs.
Yeah.
And just the world's softest belly, and he annihilates people. So yeah, there is an element to, like, oh, I don't have to be in shape. Not if you're Tyson Fury. But for the rest of us, yeah, you might want to put that pizza and that beer down.
Jared Lorenzen.
Well, to an element. He made it to the NFL looking like that.
But he wasn't.
Yeah.
Elite.
No, but if he was 100 pounds lighter, he could have done something.
Yes. Think about, he flamed out, but yes.
But the fact that you could even play collegiate quarterback looking like that.
There was someone that put zero effort into his body and still made it to the NFL.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive. And yet, you would think just somewhere along the line, someone would have gotten into their ear and been like, hey, dude, just put down the ham sandwich. Stop eating crap. And then the weird part about it, you want to talk about genetics, Dwight Howard may have the most impressive physique in the last 30 years in the NBA. Dwight Howard had such a bad diet that they thought that he was going to get diabetes. His hands and feet would go numb because all he did was eat candy. And yet he, at 6'11", he bench pressed with those arms, he bench pressed 400 pounds, and it was like 4 or 5% body fat.
And that's a little bit the DK Metcalf thing. Like I don't know that he's in tending to brag, but he basically talks about how like all he eats all day is like has a big coffee and a bunch of gummies.
I know.
It's like that's
I know what else he eats. Just saying, he's eating something else too.
Okay,
either that or he's in something else is going in his body. Just FYI.
All this to give you one Patrick Mahomes stat. I was talking about his dad bod.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring it back to him.
Yeah,
I have one stat on him that I wasn't aware of as I've been doing some Super Bowl homework. Have you seen Patrick Mahomes' numbers indoors?
No.
13-1, 33 tutties, 3 interceptions, 68% completion percentage.
Check me if I'm wrong, but I believe that little Vegas stadium does indeed have a roof on it.
It is indoors.
That's his numbers indoors.
Yes, 33-3 touchdown to interceptions, and he's 13-1. He's only lost one game ever indoors.
Where's that?
That I don't know.
Who beat him?
I don't know. I guess I could probably.
Did he lose the Super Bowl? Was that indoors?
That game was in.
Where is that? Where the Bucks beat him? I don't remember if that was indoors or not. I'll have to look that up.
Is that in Miami?
Chiefs, Buccaneers, Super Bowl. Let's figure out where that was at. If that was indoors or not. Bloop, 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 bloop.
All right, you look that up. I'll look and find and see if I can find it.
No, that was in. Are they saying that couldn't have been in Tampa?
Oh, I thought it was in Tampa, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They went to the Super Bowl in Tampa.
So
we talked about
the
that.
Buccaneers in Tampa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not indoors.
Not indoors.
So I'll try to find it. More Super Bowl stat nuggies coming up next. Here's Buck.
This is a Super Week edition of
loss in his career was at Indianapolis last season.
So he lost to, what, Matt Ryan then? Who the hell was Matt Ryan? Or
Yeah, I think it was. Because it was early in the season. It was 20-17 at Indy, Week 3, 2022.
Let me show you how random that is.
This year, they lost to the Lions, but that game was in Kansas City. So, Patrick Mahomes, 13-1, 33 tutties, 3 picks indoors in his career, and he's never lost in this stadium because he plays the Raiders and he kicks their ass.
Turns out Pat Mahomes pretty good.
Yet another reason to bet the Niners.
I'm guessing there's a ton of those stats, by the way. I mean, he's been in the league for 6 years as a starter, and he's a wrecking crew.
A couple of other stats for you. Super Bowl nuggies. The Niners have been favored in every game this season. If this holds, if they stay favored here, that's the first team to do that since the Patriots of 2017.
Interesting. Yeah, we don't think about San Francisco as like this this dominant squad. I mean, remember they went through that 3-game swoon where they lost to Cleveland. I gotta look it up. I know they lost to
Washington. One of them.
I think Cleveland and Cincinnati may have been in there. Hold on, I gotta pull up their schedule.
Yeah, I know that was the stretch where they were without both Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, so get this: they lost to Cleveland, Minnesota, and Cincinnati in back-to-back weeks. And then we were like, oh boy.
They lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, it was 3 in a row. And we were like writing them off. It was early in the season. And then they went on a run. And by the time they played Baltimore, like we were saying they were the best team in football. And then Baltimore went into their house, slapped them around. And then, they beat Washington. And then the last game of the year against the Rams, no one played. And both sides, sat everybody. So, we thought going into this that they were going to be a real force to be reckoned with. And it's funny that here they are, they were the number 1 seed. They got the bye. And in both of the playoff games, it hadn't been great. They don't look great right now. And yet here they are. And that's weird that you said they've been favored in every single game that they've played.
Yeah, and that will be the case if they remain favored for the Super Bowl. And then we also have a situation here where we have a number 1 seed playing a lower seed.
Mm-hmm.
And that has happened 11 times since 2001, where a 1 seed has played a lower seed. In other words, it has not been the 2 top seeds.
And the record being?
Straight up, the number 1 seed, and the number 1 seed, by the way, is the Niners.
Yes.
Chiefs are lower seed. The number 1 seed in those 11 Super Bowls, straight up, 2-9.
Jeez Louise. So, and yet the Niners are somehow favored in this.
It's crazy. I mean, that doesn't matter. Like the odds makers
but still, 2-9, that's a little...
Isn't that weird?
That is alarming that the 1 versus the lower seed, which is, again, I go back to, and we were talking about this at the beginning of the show. I just don't care what the first 12 weeks of the season look like. I don't. We've seen this time and time again, that give me the team that's playing their best ball. Give me the team that's playing hot right now. And, I mean, the Niners were on a tear before Baltimore slapped them around, but all I can go off of is what I've seen. And the Chiefs have played 3 straight playoff games, and you look at how they've won and how they've played in those games versus how San Francisco has played. And I'm not saying the Chiefs are just annihilating people, but to me, it certainly looks a hell of a lot better than San Francisco, that in 8 quarters, I think the Niners have been outplayed in 7 of them. I mean, you need a little luck. You need some things to go your way, but God, they were dreadful in that Green Bay game. I thought Green Bay let them off the hook. And then against Detroit, I mean, you're down 17, a couple bad decisions by Dan Campbell, and probably 6 or 7 plays that if any one of those gets made by Detroit, we're not talking about San Francisco here. So it just feels like a lot of signs are pointing to Kansas City, which probably means that the 49ers, the Niners will roll.
Bet the house.
And yet somehow the Niners are favorites.
Last, at least in this segment, Super Bowl stat nuggies, Chiefs 9-3 when Tay-Tay is in attendance.
Oh, well. And she is going to be there.
She is?
She's got a concert the night before in Japan, but with the time change and a private plane, they're saying that she will get there in no problem.
Did you hear the other private plane news regarding her?
Yeah.
That she was trying to sue a Florida University student who's been tracking her private jet, and it's upset her so much now she's selling the private jet because she's tired of being tracked.
Yeah, it's the cease and desist, the old cease and desist.
How can you cease and desist someone tracking your plane?
So anybody can track the tail numbers, because I guess it's like FAA public record, but I guess she got busted because she took like a 13-minute flight somewhere, and everyone thought that was excessive, and she doesn't want people airing out where she's flying and how short a distance.
I understand, but how is it illegal to... track someone's plane.
It's not illegal.
I don't know that it is.
It's just
You're just intimidating.
But he's blowing up her spot and she didn't like it.
I don't think it's illegal. I think she doesn't want him doing it, so she threatened to sue his ass. That's what you do when you're rich.
I guess. Yeah.
So he'll probably back off.
It'd get my attention. I don't want to face a lawsuit from Taylor Swift's attorneys.
I don't really know why those people don't want their planes tracked, though. Like, it's not like she's doing anything secret. Everybody knows where she is all the time.
Well, it's like Buck, who doesn't want to admit that he's rich and has rich guy privilege. No one that's rich wants you to expose their richness.
Well, I think it's probably related to privacy. I mean, obviously, like you said, everyone knows where she's going to be for concerts and stuff, but if she goes on vacation, if she goes somewhere random, she doesn't want the whole world knowing.
I think it's related to the environment.
Yeah, everyone, anytime one of these celebrities steps up and says, hey, I'm trying to, save the earth, and then immediately everyone goes to private plane, a-hole.
Yeah.
Kardashian gets this, and Leo, who's a big environmentalist, people love to drag him. They're like, yeah, you drive a Prius, jackass, but you fly around in a G5. It's
right.
No.
Does he drive a Prius?
Yeah, he's a Prius guy.
You're kidding.
No, he drives
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, he's a big environmental guy.
Well, I know he's a big environmental guy. I just didn't know he drove a Prius.
Yes.
He's
probably upgraded to like a Tesla now. But yeah, he drives. There's photos of him driving around in a little.
I'm surprised he drives it all.
That's a bit. Oh, that's true.
No, there's paparazzi photos of him, and he cruises around.
That's staged. They're very sensitive about the environment. these celebrities, because Tay-Tay doesn't get it sensitive about anything, but that she is.
Yeah, that rubs her the wrong way. Yeah, I suppose. I guess you got to be sensitive about something. So why not this?
Do you? 9-3 when she's in attendance, which is kind of a stupid stat because it's like, is that good or bad?
Well, it's about what they do. The Chiefs do as a whole, anyways. It's 75%. They win about 3/4 of their games.
Yeah, look right here. There's a bunch of photos of Leo cruising around in his Prius. I'm sure that's not his only.
No way.
I am sure that is not his only car, but I'm telling you.
Look, no offense.
There are photos all over of him in a Prius.
No offense to the Prius peeps. We love you out there, but I just don't buy that.
Well, Keanu drives around on an old motorcycle, not nice ones. He drives around like an old beat up motorcycle.
That's totally different.
Is it?
Yes. First of all, it's Keanu Reeves. Yeah. He's a little weird.
Yeah.
That's manly.
Yeah. But the Prius?
Arnold
drives around like in a full on military Hummer. He also owns a tank.
No way. That's also on brand.
Well, he was a tank driver back in the Austrian army, and he does out on his property. He has a tank and he cruises around.
Do we need the DiCaprius? There we go.
There you go.
That's how you found the joke.
He's a big environment guy.
Do we need the Taylor Swift props? Do we need these in our lives?
No, but
I've got some.
I'm somewhat intrigued. I won't bet any of these, but
no, of course not. But it's kind of fun.
Yeah. So we got.
So she's gonna get there. She's in Korea.
She's in Japan.
She's coming from Tokyo.
But they said that she'll be there in plenty of time. In fact, I saw today. You can't escape this. So there was some Vegas guy who is he works for the Wynn, and he's like their party planner. Mm-hmm. And he was saying where all the haps are at. Like, these are the hip parties you want to get into. And Kelsey and Tay-Tay have rented out a nightclub. They're having their own, but he wouldn't say where it was at.
Well, it's at the Wynn then. If it's the Wynn guy.
Well,
why else would he say that?
Well, he was saying
probably excess.
He was saying where all of the parties are at. So it wasn't just the Wynn. He just is the Wynn guy. But he was saying that they have rented out a space, but it's very hush hush.
Yeah, they don't want.
No, but there will be a Swift Kelsey after party.
They don't want the riffraff hanging with them.
Yeah,
I get that. All right, it is 5:47. Tay-Tay props next on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Oregon baseball picked to finish fourth in the Pac-12 in the preseason coaches poll.
Oh, yeah, it's still, I guess this baseball season is still the Pac-12.
It won't be Big Ten till next year. Yeah.
Who knew that?
What do you mean?
Who knew that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they got to finish this cycle.
This calendar year.
Yeah, they got to finish this calendar year.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
So football will be...
So I should have known that.
Yeah. So next year, they'll be in the Big Ten. I believe the Beavers were picked to finish first. They were
number one.
They were top 10.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Big game coverage on 1080 The Fan is
great part of the Super Bowl, and I've got some here, all pertaining to Taylor Swift.
Is Taylor Swift the new Gatorade flavor? Is that what's happening?
Taylor Swift, Somebody said she's had multiple stalkers who would want to know where her plane is flying. Look, dude, she is as visible as anyone.
Good luck. Yeah, you're
like, if a stalker is going to find her. Like, she's everywhere. Yeah. She's never met a camera she didn't like, and somehow her private plane, where it's going, is.
And I'm willing to guess
off limits.
Wherever she goes, I'm guessing there's a large security guard that goes with her. I mean, you're the famous woman. You're the most famous woman on the planet.
I don't want anyone to know where I'm going.
Stop
weird.
it.
That's so weird.
Yeah,
that does not add up.
Get over it.
Yeah.
And I like Taylor Swift, but
bitch.
Jeez.
What? Resourceful little bitch.
Wow, that was a.
I love Taylor Swift.
Pop me up over there, bitch.
You don't have to play bitch drops every time I say that.
I mean, I could.
Yeah, you could. I think she's great. I think this one's a weird one. I don't know why but you're right. It's probably environment stuff. Okay, here we go. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Please.
Will Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift on the field after the game?
No.
Oh. Well, that's minus 3,000.
If he does, that's the biggest cheese D move of all time.
Yes is plus 1,000. So
that number's come down.
If you bet $100, you win 1,000.
Money's coming in on the yes.
Really, of all the places that you can propose, he's gonna do it on the field. Get out of here. Knock it off.
Will Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift announce their first pregnancy at the Super Bowl?
These are real things you can bet on.
Yeah. This one is yes plus 850.
Yeah. I'm just going to bet no on all of these. I know I'm not going to win a bunch of money, but I'm going to win.
No's not even offered on that.
Okay.
Will Taylor Swift be seen crying if the Chiefs lose the Super Bowl?
That's actually a pretty good one.
The answer is she ain't going to cry.
She'll cry.
She doesn't care. No, she does.
There'll be tears.
Will she cry if they win?
Like fake tears?
No, there'll be tears. I like that one. What are my odds? Because that's the first one so far that I'm liking this.
Well, you can't bet no. You can only bet yes.
Oh.
And it's plus 600.
Yeah, I like it. One, I don't think
you'll take yes.
Yeah,
plus 600.
But that's if they don't lose, then it's the bet is erased because they're not going to lose.
No, only if they lose.
Yeah, I'll lay a sawbuck on that. I think if they lose, she will be on the field after the game, guaranteed. And yes, I think that there will be a sadness and an embrace, and I think there'll be a tear. I like that one.
Will Taylor Swift endorse Joe Biden after the game?
Sean Hannity responds.
Plus 1,000. Will Donald Trump mention Swift on Truth Social on February 11th?
Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to say yes. Well, they've done a full, the right wingers have done a full court we hate Taylor Swift thing because they're terrified of her endorsing the other old incontinent man in the election as opposed to their old and incontinent man.
So no is minus 500. He will not mention her. So that's the favorite. Yes, plus 300. It's not bad plus money either.
No, I bet you he says something.
Those are good value, both of those. The 6-1 and the 3-1.
There's some value there.
How many times will Taylor Swift be shown on camera during the CBS Super Bowl telecast?
Ooh, this is gonna be tough. I'm over under 6 maybe.
The over under is 5.5.
Okay,
minus 140.
Gee, God, it's the Super Bowl.
Does it hinge on how big of a game Kelsey's having?
It certainly helps. If Kelsey has a big game, dude, every time that guy does something, they're scanning up there. He's been, you know what? I'd take the over on that. I'm not certain of that. Most of the time, I always say take the under on how many times Giselle or whoever's going to be shown, but Tay-Tay, it's the Super Bowl. I expect Kelsey to have a big game because he's been crushing at these playoffs. I'm going to take the over. I'm going to say 6.
This is an interesting one. There's a lot of different ways to look at this. Everybody will bet over.
Yeah.
So you could say there's maybe value on the under.
Yeah.
Well, and I think there's been a lot of criticism.
Well, that's what I mean.
Coverage.
That's what I was about to say. So I think the under might be the value because they may make a concerted effort not to show her too much. But then again, the flip side of that is everybody's watching the Super Bowl. The Swifties, they know the Swifties are tuning in for that, so they're going to show her a ton. I don't know. That's a tough one.
I'm going ton because you're not alienating any football fan. They're all watching. But there's as many non-football fans watching the Super Bowl as football fans, right? Because what was the title game got 47, 55 million people, something like that? It was right around that. somewhere in that 50 million range.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl is going to get 113. A lot of those aren't football fans. The Swift, they're going to lean into the Swift thing. You know what? I'm taking the over. I'm riding that.
You
train.
love it.
I love it. I love the over. 6 times? It's all I need. 6 times? Let's do it.
Will Taylor Swift be seen mouthing a curse word during the CBS Super Bowl telecast?
And we've seen that a couple times now.
Yeah, she will.
She likes to curse, which I appreciate.
Yes is plus 300. I think that's good value, too.
There's value there. I also love that every time she does that, then again, Sean Hannity or Tucker or someone has to then act like it's the most horrible thing in the world. Because,
And yet when Jerry Jones does it, it's no big deal.
I just love that swearing all of a sudden that's a big deal.
In the NFL.
We're cursing.
Or you could just not listen to Sean Hannity and Tucker.
How am I supposed to do that?
There's that.
Where am I going to get my news? What are you talking about? I just saw something today come across my timeline. There's a new movie out called What Really Happened on January 6th.
Oh, God.
And I'm sure it's going to be very fair and partial.
Okay, a few more. Will Taylor Swift's navel be shown on CBS?
What?
Yes, plus 800. No, minus 2,500.
Doesn't she never show her navel?
I don't.
I think she stays pretty covered up.
Yeah, I think in wintertime, unlikely.
Indoors, though.
Her navel. That's a prop bet. Nah, that's not happening.
You're saying no. Okay, Taylor Swift lipstick color. Red is minus 1,800. Any other color plus 700.
Yeah, it's going to be red. Come on.
But can't we argue, this is a gray one. It's like, that looks red to me.
It's going to be a shade.
Can you parlay a couple of these yeses?
Throw those all together and see what happens?
I think you can.
Buck's looking for a 10-unit play
I'm
here.
looking for an angle. No, I'm out of those 10-unit plays.
Which will have more diamond carats? Taylor Swift engagement ring, Chiefs Super Bowl ring. That's a real bet.
Is it really?
Yeah. That's a lock, though.
That is a lock, 100%.
It's the engagement ring.
Is the bet void if the husband's not Travis Kelce? Or is it just like whenever she gets an engagement ring from somebody?
I don't know. No, the engagement ring is the lock.
No.
Minus 10,000, dude. The Super Bowl ring is plus 1,400. That's easy.
How much? What's a big engagement ring? Is going to be like what? Like a 5-carat ring?
The Kobe apology ring was 4 carats.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Apparently when you get accused of rape and you claim that you just were sleeping with someone, yeah, you got to do the 4-carat ring. That you're not getting any bigger than that. Otherwise, you're just walking around with a ring pop on your finger. Those Super Bowl rings now, dude, those things are insane. The Rams one had 20 carats. 20.
Well, then why is it such a? I mean, that's easy money then. Yeah, plus 1,400.
Yeah, the Super Bowl. Well,
I think you're way off on this.
You're telling me that her engagement ring is going to have 20 plus carats of diamonds?
Sure.
It's just
she's Taylor Swift. She's like the richest woman in the world.
Do you know the size of a Super Bowl ring? You imagine that on Taylor Swift's hand?
Why are the odds like that?
I don't know, but that's an easy bet. There's no way. I don't even know. What does a 10-carat engagement ring look like? I'm telling you, look at Super Bowl rings now. They are you can't even wear them. They
are unwearable.
They've completely become something where you just display them. You cannot wear them.
Well, I'm taking the easy money there.
There was a video going around.
I have to lay $10,000 to win $100.
Yeah, it's a bit much. There was a video going around today at one of the blackjack tables in Vegas. It was Jason Kelce, Travis Luan, Will Compton, the Bussin' with the Boys guys, Tom Segura, and Bert Kreischer. That was the blackjack table in Vegas, which, by the way, that's a phenomenal table. But Jason Kelce was passing his Super Bowl ring around, and it just, you can't unsee it. Like Tom Segura was wearing it, and it looked like he had a beer can that he was holding. And you're like, what is that? Oh, it's Jason Kelce's Super Bowl ring. Taylor Swift walking around with one of those.
But wait, he didn't win the Super Bowl.
Jason Kelce did, yes.
With who?
With when they beat the Patriots, right? Because he's been with the Eagles for 12 years?
Yeah.
Oh, back then.
So against
I was just
the Foles year?
I was thinking last year.
No. Yeah, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
Oh, right.
The Philly special.
Oh, good for him. All right. The club is coming up next. What do we have here? Let's get to the notesies.
Taylor Swift.
I'm looking at what a 10-carat engagement ring looks like. It takes up 2 knuckles. It's just It sits on like right against your main knuckle, and it goes all the way to your.
Looks
your
like
second.
you found a flaw in the system. The odds makers don't know what they're talking about.
Look at this. That is
if Sue could get rich off this.
That is a 10-carat engagement ring.
Yeah, her rock will be bigger than that.
Imagine what a 20-carat looks like.
All right, let's talk diaper spa. Would you join me in my diaper spa?
Let's see what's
that
happening.
I'm opening.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
That's next on the Fan. Oh, hey. joke.
I wonder if they're offering free tickets to the Chris Angel show. Because if they are, don't go.
Do you see they branded it like a giant Dorito, the Luxor? It's just a big triangle Dorito on the outside now.
What? Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, like Dorito bought advertising on one entire side of the Luxor, so it just looks like a Dorito chip.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And it's
that's where we're at with the Luxor.
Dude, that's so on brand for the Luxor too. That place is such a dump and it sucks. If you and I were sent to the Super Bowl and we had to stay there, dude, I'm out.
I saw one media member saying staying there will be like sleeping inside of a lit cigarette.
Oh yeah, I'm looking here at the Dorito one. That is
I am so out.
Boy, that's saying something.
You'll find me at the Win and the Win only. And by the way, I saw Boomer and Gio today.
Good luck getting a room at the Win right now.
Well, I guess that's true. I talked to my buddy there, and he said, well, I don't know. They sold pretty much their whole thing, privately.
Yeah.
Like it's that.
Yeah. I love it. You're like, I'm staying at the Win or nowhere. No, you're not.
No, I am staying at the Win. I'll just sleep in the flower beds. Probably more comfortable than the damn Luxor.
I don't think you could afford the flower beds during the Super Bowl.
What was I going to tell you?
Boomer and Gio? I saw a funny Boomer and Gio thing earlier in the week. Did you guys talk about this?
They were on. I saw them today. Their TV show was on because I saw that they were rated the #1 sports radio show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what? Boomer and Gio? Because I know it's Boomer Esiason, but every time I've seen it, I'm like, I don't know. All those New York shows sound the same to me.
Sure.
They're all the same. Yeah. So I don't think it's anything special, but Boomer's great, I guess. I don't know. So I tuned into it, and they were at that live wire studio at the Win.
Mm-hmm.
They were broadcasting from the Win.
Very nice.
So I wonder if they got into the Win, or they're just, staying at the Luxor and broadcasting at the Win.
I'm guessing that they probably
I don't see Boomer. I don't see Boomer at the Luxor.
Yes. Did you see what happened to them earlier in the week? Their little on-air gaffe?
No.
So they're at the Super Bowl. They're bringing on Randy Moss to talk some football. They get Randy Moss on the line. It is Randy Moss, horse racing analyst from NBC.
Oh.
They brought on live the wrong Randy Moss and realized it live on air.
There's a little controversy with that because I guess they kind of... I don't know who handles Randy Moss. You probably get the emails too, but we're on all these email lists where these people are like, hey, you want to talk to this guy or that guy? Because they think we're going to be at Radio Row, and we're not. And nor even if we were there, I wouldn't care about your stupid guest. Whoever handles Randy Moss kind of basically sent out this thing of like, Randy Moss is among our guests that you can have on your show. You can talk about the NFL. You can talk about the game. He's been covering the NFL. This guy is a horse racing guy, but he used to cover the NFL.
Yeah.
So that's a little...
You're saying they're lumping him in to make it seem like he is the regular one everyone thinks he is?
They know exactly what's happening when some producer, these producers, no offense, Buck, but I mean, these guys aren't the sharpest tools.
Greatly.
Yeah, he was on with Softy, I saw.
Who?
Randy Moss was on with Softy.
Yeah, but I'm sure Randy Moss knows who he is as a horse racing guy.
I would assume.
Or was it a mistake? Look, when producers book Randy Moss as a guest at the Super Bowl and you're touting him to come on to talk about the NFL, I'm sorry, you know what you're doing. You're trying to get people to accidentally book him so you can have him on your show.
Yes.
And that's what happened probably with Boomer and Gio. And that's a show that should have a producer that should be able to catch that kind of thing.
One would think.
But look, it's an Odyssey station, so
it happens.
I mean, I think we all know what happened there.
By the way,
an Odyssey station.
I looked up hotel rooms in Vegas, and if you would like to stay, the Win completely sold out, and like you said, those were gone.
I think he said they sold two. They put it on sale for like 2 days, and then they back channeled everything. They had so much request.
Yeah.
They back channeled everything.
So they said that the best you're going to get right now, and this, by the way, was a week ago. They said like you could get a room at the Aria or the Bellagio, and those are going to start around $2,000 a night for Super Bowl weekend. There was availability at places like Excalibur, which I'm assuming Luxor is. I mean, they're right by each other. It's the same thing.
Excalibur's better than Luxor.
Is it really?
Yeah. But, I mean, not by much.
It's the same.
And this guy saying nothing wrong with the Luxor, you freaking snobs. No, there is. There's a lot wrong with the Luxor. Grow up.
Would you care to guess what the Excalibur and the Luxor and that level is going for?
Well, you said $2,000 at Aria?
$2,000 at Aria.
And Aria's nice.
And the Venetian, those are $2,000.
Yeah, Venetian's okay.
Yeah.
I'd say, $1,000.
No. You can get way more affordable than that. A week ago, you can get a room at the Excalibur or the Luxor at level for right around $650 a night.
Okay.
So if you are looking to stay for the Super Bowl, that's,
What about downtown?
They said off the strip, you're looking at about $250 a night.
So you can go downtown Vegas for a couple $100 a night?
Downtown Vegas, they
that's
said
where
yes,
to stay.
for about $250 a night.
Stay down there, man.
Off of like Fremont Street,
yeah.
yes.
Circa?
Yeah. So that's where to go. But if you want to stay on the strip, your cheapest option is going to be, and by the way, this is for like the basic room, they're saying around $650. And you're not getting into one of the nice ones. They said those are all the top of the line stuff. Those are gone, and you're not getting it.
So I said, compare this to
the
F1.
F1, right? Which I heard was kind of
it was an S show.
It sounded like it ended up being
it was like a huge disappointment.
Disappointment as in like
just everything. They said people weren't happy. There was a bunch of no-shows, and that I
think there's bad weather that created bad turnouts. And
people thought that thing was going to be like the biggest thing, and now everyone kind of went, meh. And that there's not like it may not be a huge deal next year when it comes back. You said compare it to F1, the Super Bowl weekend.
He said I would have thought F1 would have been bigger than the Super Bowl, just money-wise, because it's just you're talking about, there's no bigger money. I know we're all only used to the NFL.
Yeah, but the Super Bowl's such a corporate event, too. It's like, it's not the casual fan event, like a conference championship game or something like that.
But so is F1. Dude, F1, there's no bigger money in sports than F1.
I don't disagree with that.
There just isn't.
No. Go to Monaco sometime and see what the hell's going down.
It's sick. But he said this is way bigger, and there's way more, celebrity people and way more events happening here for this.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl. It might break Vegas.
It's certainly everything I've read certainly seems like it's.
Hopefully, it breaks the Luxor.
Someone says just Vancouver before text line. Just put on your full Hunter S. Thompson persona, stay at the Luxor, and whatever happens, happens.
No, that's
go
right.
on an ether binge, dude. Wear a safari hat and just go.
He's so right. Give me some Molly.
Yeah.
I'll stay at the Luxor, and let's just embrace it. Let's lean into it.
Exactly.
He's right.
If you're staying there,
it's still Vegas. They still have gambling. They got a ton of drink. I'm going to be high.
It's still going to be hopping because the Super Bowl's there. It's going to be a buzzing place.
I might even rappel from one side of the Luxor to the other.
You think you'll climb the Sphere?
You're staying on the Dorito side of things.
Yeah, and then just rappel like a caveman, like Tarzan across the. Because you've been in there, right?
Oh yeah.
God, that place sucks.
Again, a little show called Chris Angel.
Dude, I am not kidding. I would rather stay at Circus. I'm not kidding.
You're not wrong.
Is Circus even still around? I thought that was dead.
No, it's still there.
It's there.
Yeah.
There's a steakhouse in there that's not half bad. A lot of locals eat at it. And then, of course, you go out of the steakhouse and there's a bunch of little S-Ed kids running around.
All I can tell you is at the Chris Angel show, people were getting up and leaving, and Chris Angel was apologizing. He was apologizing to the people.
So the whole point is some guy climbed the Sphere in Vegas. And my thought is that it was some media member that was forced to spend a week at the Luxor that did it.
Something's going down. But
it wasn't. It was some sort of protest.
So, they were protesting women's something or other. I don't know. But I'm with you.
Who cares about that?
By the time Monday rolls around, there will be someone of national prominence that's going down.
Who do you think it's going to be?
I don't know. But there's too many celebrities, there's too many athletes. Something is that group I told you think about that blackjack table. You're telling me that doesn't have a chance to go sideways with Kreischer, Segura, and
LeBron and the Bussin' with the Boys popped in.
Can we separate media from celebrities?
Well, I think that's a good question. Is it like, what's more likely? Is it like a team or athlete that gets into trouble, or a media entertainer that gets in trouble?
I think it's a media. Oh, so you're putting media and entertainment in the same group. I think you should separate the two, because entertainers, especially guys like Bert Kreischer, dude, this is a Tuesday for them. Those guys party all the time.
They've been around.
And they know what they're doing.
But one of those others is going to get roped into that.
You mean like a media person?
Yeah, they won't know what they're doing, and next thing you know, they're going to get above. They're going to get in too deep. That's my point. They're going to go to Vegas, and they're going to find themselves in a situation that they're not familiar with, and it's going to go sideways. We went to was it the Rose Bowl or the National Championship?
Well, I can't wait.
And we were there, and the media shuttle said that they would take you anywhere that you wanted to go. So me and Rob get on the media shuttle, and we were going to we were going to some strip club down on the
Spearmint Rhino. Let's go.
And you would have thought you would have thought that we had asked them to take us to like the 7th concentric circle of hell. Like, the media people were pearl clutching. People were shaming us. The bus driver's like, I've been doing this for 10 years. I've never had someone ask. We're like,
get over yourself. You're Las Vegas.
Like, really?
No, we were in L.A.
Yeah, we were in L.A.
Okay.
Like, just grow up here a little bit, people. You said that we can go wherever we want. We're choosing to go here.
Yeah, and why you got to volunteer that? Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Like, you're making us feel like perverts.
Exactly, which we are, but still, you don't need to shame us about the thing. And I remember some of the very judgy media people that were on that shuttle. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's where the hard dudes are.
So they
didn't even take their tops off. Remember when we went there?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
And they kept
if you have booze, the greatest thing I've ever seen at a strip club is Isaac Ropp calling someone over and saying, I don't want to be a pig, but when do you get naked?
Well, that's what I'm there for.
And the answer was never.
She's like, oh, yeah, no, sorry. We have a bar, so I keep my top on. Well, see you later.
Taking it down the road.
God, I'm such a pig.
But that is a weird California strip club rule. If there's alcohol, the clothes must remain on at least.
Yes.
You know where that's not a case? Vegas.
And Oregon,
So this is my point is there's going to be some media members that were on that shuttle bus. They're going to find themselves in a situation in Vegas where they can't handle it and something's going to go down. The media is very soft. And Vegas is going to chew someone up and spit them out. Mark my words.
Who do you want to see getting chewed up and spit out in the media? Who would be the most hilarious to see something like that happen to?
Like Tony Kornheiser going down.
Oh, come on. He's great.
Like Stephen A. Stephen A. will shrug this off. He's a wily
I
vet.
bet you that dude isn't even there.
He'll be there. ESPN's the highest paid guy at ESPN.
Exactly. That's a good question.
You need someone that's like...
I want like mid-level. I want like... Who's that Bob Fesco guy that was always ahead of us in the radio
that
rankings?
Kansas City guy.
I want Fesco to go down.
Bob Fesco to just cotton, like just with just a handful of pills and 7 hookers. Bunch of blow. Let's go.
Mitch Levy style.
Ian Rappaport. Adam Schefter arrested for a naked fist fight on the strip. Yes. That's what I want.
Dude.
Barrett Roberts experience. Adam Schefter goes down.
That's great.
They just find him just naked in the streets, stumbling around Baker Mayfield style.
Well, you know somebody's all over this. Like if something happens, even to some
it'll be
D-Rod Cleveland radio host or something, it will make the news. Barstool will have it.
Who was that guy that Bernie hated? Army, like Goldhammer or whatever, out of Cleveland?
Yeah.
That
guy?
It goes down. Fentress gets turned loose down there. Whoops.
All right, I've got diaper spa news. There's a new diaper spa.
Let's talk about it.
We are going to talk about it, and that's going to be next on The Fan.
The Fan is live.
Nance will get caught in a sting inviting a young lady back to the room, and then she like steals his tie and watch, and Nance has to report it. But Nance isn't going out and getting wild. Nance brings the party to him.
I love that she's stealing his tie.
Who's going to get so drunk they fall asleep at the pie gow table? Or at the standing up at the craps table. You seen that guy that just has so many he just falls asleep standing up or slumping over in his chair?
He's got that lean.
Well, I don't know who the drunks in media are. I'm not around him enough.
Yeah. I don't know who the national.
Russillo a candidate? He's the guy who
got drunk and naked.
I think he cleaned it up.
Well, I mean, Joe Buck did say today, I saw a clip of him saying that he is not going to stay on the strip. He's eliminating it completely. And he said someone is going to get sideways.
Yeah, but when he says that, who cares if someone gets sideways? Why does that affect you? Like, is he saying he doesn't want to get dragged into the mud?
I think that may be the thing. Is like you just eliminate the temptation. Because we all know, like, I found in the U.S., I have 3 cities. And I don't know if you agree with this. Maybe there's another one. But, I don't feel like I don't put L.A., I don't put Scottsdale, I don't put New York necessarily into this, although New York you could. When I go to Vegas, when I go to New Orleans, or you end up in Miami, I feel like when you get off the airplane, there's some sort of pull that just makes you want to do something stupid.
There is no high like the high of getting off of the plane to Vegas.
Right?
It's just, there is a buzz. Everybody has it. They're all looking for something different, and they're all feeding off each other.
Yeah, there is an evil or positive, whatever you want to view it. There is an energy. It is palpable. When you get in Vegas is different because it's so close. New Orleans, you got to hit the quarter. But the moment you step into the French Quarter, you just are like, oh boy, something's gonna go down. And same thing, there's just the street performers and the mass humanity, and there's just, everything that you could conceivably want or not want is available within like a 2-block radius of you, and it's all for sale. It can take even normal people, and people will do things in those cities that you won't do anywhere else. And when you ask why, you're like, I don't know. I was in Vegas. I just was in New Orleans. And Miami's got a little bit of that. It's not as bad, but I'm telling you, you go out at night in Miami, and it's just the neon, I think it's the neon lights. It just burns your retina, and it makes your brain just shut down.
Yeah, I think New York City can be that way a little bit too, depending on where you're at.
Yeah, NYC for sure.
Yeah.
Just because, never shuts down.
Yeah, it's great there. I would say, if you go to Miami, you're doing blow.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not.
100%. You don't even have a choice. You're like, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. I went to a steakhouse. I ordered some apps. We got some onion rings, and it came with a side of blow. And next thing you know, I don't know. There was a bunch of Cuban gals that we were with, and I may have muled some heroin back. I don't know. It happens. It's very weird. But those cities just have a vibe, which, by the way, is why the Super Bowls are held in those cities. So I don't even fault someone. If someone gets into it in Vegas and they get arrested, I'm just going to be like, hey, man, yeah, in Vegas, it happens. Especially in that environment. Super Bowl in Vegas, do you realize the amount of money and hookers and drugs and just unbelievable good times that descended upon that city? A city that's probably able to handle it like no other. I can't fathom what that's like. No clue. And if you're a media member or you're even an athlete or any kind of pseudo-known person, there's going to be doors that are open to you that shouldn't be open to you. Because there's going to be media events, there's going to be media parties, they're going to know someone who knows someone, and they're like, hey, I've got an in here, do you want to go? Oh, I don't know. And next thing you know, you're in the basement of the Luxor doing God knows what. Diddy Mow! And you're playing Russian roulette with someone with an eye patch and a monocle. That's how it happens.
I love that.
Some illegal panda fighting? I don't know.
All right.
Now I kind of want to go to Vegas for the Super Bowl.
I kind of want to see some legal panda fighting.
Is it too late to jump a plane down there?
You can probably get down there, but good luck finding a bed.
We're gonna have to stay at the Luxor.
That would be. I tell you what would be fun is to just go down there and hang out and be amongst the media and at all the media events, but not have to do anything. No show. Yeah. Just making fun of all the, media and stuff. That would be fun. Or just do a show making fun of media.
Sure.
No content, just
the entire time.
Yeah.
This feels like it's up Sook's alley. I've always wanted to, and me and a couple buddies have talked about this, just go to Vegas for the night and not get a hotel. Just show up, party through the night, and then take the flight out in the morning. Just do the damn thing and go home.
I'm in.
Never thought about it.
Well, 100%. I like that. You can't, no bags.
You land, you go have a meal, you gamble, you drink, you party, and then
Right.
6 o'clock, 7, your flight rolls around,
That's
you go home.
not a bad way to go.
It really isn't. Especially on a big weekend like that where, the rooms are so expensive. You're like, screw it.
Yeah.
I don't need a room. And you know what? I bet you if you have a good enough time, I bet you can find a place to sleep.
I bet you can.
You're going to end up with some people and someone will be like, just crash here. That's a wonderful idea. And Buck, if you ever do that, please invite me and I'm in. Because you go to those big events like the Indy 500 or you go down to a national title game, you meet friends. You just, you meet people.
Does Vegas have a diaper spa? That's the real question. The state where this opened. Next, here's Buck.
This is a Super Week edition of Primetime.
people in Atkins, New Hampshire to facilitate the entire spa?
Well, obviously, that's a very good question. From what I have read about this, ABDL, or Adult Baby Diaper Lover, it's a larger community than you think, and it is very diverse.
Is it really? I would think that's more of a niche market.
Well, it's larger than you would. That's why I put you would think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have a handmade lesbian card store going into our airport. So
that's right. Paper Epiphanies.
Who are we to judge?
One of my favorite shops.
Big fan.
The spa is a safe and judgment-free zone for visitors to pamper themselves with snacks, playtime, story time, nap time, cuddle time, changing time, coloring, nursery rhymes, and sing-alongs.
Can I ask? Now, I don't know if you have the answer to this. I'm not saying that you do or that you should know, but does diaper play involve sex? Or,
well, I mean, I think because
all of that sounds weird, but it gets even weirder if I'm pretending to be a baby and all these things are going on and there's sex involved.
Well, I think when adults do anything like this,
sex is involved.
You just assume sex is involved.
But,
right? Because they get off on it. And it goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Kids and sex.
So it's just, that's my point, is it's...
Don't clip that, please.
Please go ahead and clip that. That's what I'm saying, is like, this is one of those fetishes that's doesn't really lend itself to sex. Because it's babies. But it's not a baby, it's just an old man with a diaper on.
It's an old man with mental health issues.
Hey, don't kink shame. Don't do that.
I think on this one...
It's okay to kink shame?
Well, I don't know if it's okay, but I'm going to do it.
Sure. Go for it. I just was wondering.
I mean, something's wrong with you, right?
Well, all of those things...
What's that about?
All those things, story time, all that, none of that sounds sexual.
No, but, I mean, come on.
So read those activities again?
Okay, so let's go through them. You've got snacks.
Okay. Seems fine.
Playtime.
Yeah, there. I was gonna say, which one of those is where you transition? Which one of those do you pivot to sex? And
probably recess.
I was thinking maybe playtime.
Where's that rattle going? Careful.
Yeah. Playtime.
Story time could also be kinky.
A little erotica.
Nap time is clearly sex. Cuddle time also clearly. As a matter of fact, every one of them.
Yeah.
Changing time also sex. Coloring, maybe not that.
Yeah. Look,
let's take a break in color.
You're right in that I was wondering where the transition happens, and apparently the transition happens the entire time. Outside of story time, it all is story time and snack time. Although snack time, that probably leads to that as well. Because, I've got your snack right here. Yeah.
Is the idea that you just turn any of these things sexual? Like, regardless of where you start, it just ends in the same place?
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of?
I do think that about things like this. Now, what do you suppose this costs? Services advertised, including the Adult Baby Diaper Lover Nursery Spa Care, $300 an hour.
Whoa!
Virtual play dates, virtually.
Okay.
$200 an hour.
All right, well, that's
and an all-day premier spa experience for the little one inside of you is $1,500.
$1,500 for a day?
Yes.
$300 all inclusive for an hour?
Sook's into it. They're giving you water wings and floaties poolside in the summer.
My God.
Picnic with your teddy bear and your marbles. You can swing on the front porch swing, serve tea to your dollies on the porch. Oh my God.
What if some dude pays $300 to go there and he's expecting it to turn sexual and it doesn't? Like the whole time he's just like, hey, when are we...
I've heard that there's like
when are we going to this?
There are these little communities that have like cuddle parties, and they like flip their ass if you try to do something sexual there. Like it's just people showing up in pajamas and like hugging each other, and like that's it. And then they draw this hard line, like don't you even think about. Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, there wasn't that the therapist.
There was a therapist lady.
She was a cuddler.
Yeah.
I know she closed down, but...
Yeah, she was very strict about there's no hanky-panky or anything. We just are here to cuddle.
Yeah.
And and I was thinking, like, there's no way that dudes are going there to cuddle without trying something. I've never once cuddled...
Well, it doesn't have to be a dude.
Well, that's true.
She has a new store. Have you seen her new store?
No.
Paper Epiphanies. Out at the airport.
Well played. Have you ever cuddled without attempting something? I don't think it's possible.
It's not really the point, is it?
No. I don't know about anyone else, but if I cuddle...
Unless it's the post-cuddle.
Well, it's usually after. Yeah, it's like, all right, fine.
Oh, even then, if I'm cuddling and I'm the big spoon, I'll tell you where my hands are immediately going. Where do you put your hands?
All right.
They're going
in
around.
the diaper.
Ew. right in the Teddy Grams.
I can't begin to tell you how many jokes I've had in my head on this topic, on this story, the diaper spot, and I can't say them.
No, you can't.
I mean, I kind of can, but...
Well, I think this is what goes down in Berlin. I think this is why you stay out of Berlin. It's so creepy because it has to be sexual, you would think, but you're pretending to be like the most non-sexual thing you can be, and that's a baby. I think there might be soaking going on. It's possible. At least with like furries and like the My Little Pony thing, at least that's not involving kids. Right? It's just adults being creepy.
Acting like kids.
But isn't it the same idea, though?
It feels close.
There's obviously major childhood trauma or something.
Something, right? Something. There's just no way this is normal. Something.
I don't think it is.
Someone was supposed to turn right, and you ended up at a fork in the road, and you went left.
I'm going to ask my wife about this. She deals in these sorts of matters.
Yeah, she's a shrinker, right? She'll figure this out.
Surely she's come across an ABDL.
I just love the fact that this is now a story in New Hampshire. Like, how do people... I guess they're advertising. I was going to say, how do people even find out? But
yeah, it's a big thing.
I love it that it's enough of a thing that someone believed that they could have a burgeoning business out of it. Like, there's enough there to keep you afloat and to make a profit.
Well, but Suk's question is, like, why Atkinson, New Hampshire? Like, what?
It just seems so weird. Like, I get this.
Put it in Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas, New York, all the places we just got done talking
Unless
about.
There's some like Reddit community and they've all found out that everyone in this area kind of does the same thing, and there was a need. I don't know. You have these little pockets all over the country where weird things go on, and I don't know. Maybe
well,
this
that
is
is true. I was listening to a podcast once. Nemec turned me onto it about the toy box killer. You ever read about that?
Yeah.
And dude, it's horrifying stuff. If you don't know about the toy box killer, well, maybe don't look it up. But it
is as bad.
Worst
as
serial killer there is. Right?
It's just horrifying. Like, when he would first kidnap women, he would put earphones on them and he would play a recorded message about what he was going to do to them. It's truly terrifying. But as I was reading that, and it's in like some little town in New Mexico, like not Albuquerque, just some town of like 4,000 or 5,000 people. And it talks about in the podcast how he got into like this weird sexual community. And I was like, whoa. How on earth is there an underground like evil sex cult community in a town in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico of like 4,000 people? Like, how do you even find that out?
I don't know, but they exist, and then people glom onto them, and they kind of get bigger in places you don't expect them to. It's just really weird.
Yeah. That was the most bizarre part of that whole thing, is he got started because there's an underground weird sex scene in like Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. I'm like, jeez, I guess there's just pervs everywhere, including New Hampshire.
Somebody said, what a terrible day to be able to hear. Yeah, I hear you, fella. I hear you. Let's get out of here.
Those aren't pillows.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. This Baltimore team at different points